iHeartRadio app.
Tom Martino is next
On Denver's talk station.
630 KHOW.
Home title theft. It's on the rise, and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert. And that's bad news for home title thieves. Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free with sign-up. Call right now at 1-800-688-4403 or go to HometitleLock.com and sign up in minutes. Again, call 1-800-688-4403 or go to HometitleLock.com.
Any room with cabinets should be beautiful and functional. That's why the showroom at Affiliated Cabinet Group is so unique. It's all about the design. This is a showroom without pressure, great customer service, and a unique selection of cabinets. For cabinets, flooring, granite, and more, you really need to visit the showroom. With more than 50 years of business in Colorado, they're doing it right. Go online to affiliatedcabinetgroup.com or call and make an appointment at 303-422-2399. 303-422-2399.
So we're two old guys with many years of being financial advisors, and we've learned why most people feel they got no growth out of their investments, even when they had a professional do it for them. And no, it's not the markets, it's not the risk, and it's not necessarily your fault. I'm Brian Wiley with Alan Holman, and we are the Real Money Pros. We are a team in the know on how to turn the tables so your money goes to your pocket, not someone else's. Join us, the Real Money Pros, Saturday morning, 6 to 7 a.m. on 630 KHOW.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Getting close to retirement? Or have you retired? You've probably got a ton of stress-filled questions on your mind. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth. Getting a second opinion with an individualized investment plan is vital, and our fiduciary advisors do just that. Take it from this Trajan Wealth client.
It was just so pleasant, so comfortable. I think we had 7 different accounts, just stuff scattered all over the place. And then so we just started, here's this, move this. And he even explained it a couple different times. But if I have more questions, he said, just give us a call. And that's what I love. He's a phone call away. I'm glad I know these guys. Such a huge weight off my shoulder.
Imagine not second-guessing investments or monthly retirement income. That's the peace of mind you'll get from working with Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300 or visit TrajanWealth.com.
Actual client, no compensation, no conflicts. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America. A cloudy and cooler Thursday with a good chance for showers and thunderstorms kind of off and on throughout the day, but especially for later on this afternoon. Highs today in the mid to low 60s. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
Have you listened to Red Pilled America yet? It's the one-of-a-kind storytelling show that everyone is talking about. We tell good old-fashioned stories, the kind of stories Hollywood will never tell. Join the independent media revolution and start listening to Red Pilled America anywhere you get podcasts. That's Red Pilled America.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
630 KHOW Denver. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
iHeartRadio.
ABC News, I'm Rena Roy. President Biden kicking off his abbreviated foreign trip meeting with Japan's Prime Minister.
We're tracking the global challenges from strengthening our community and our commitment to nuclear nonproliferation to ensuring a free and open Indo-Pacific. That's at the heart of all this.
He'll be back in Washington this weekend to try and get a deal to raise the debt limit. 2 states raising eyebrows over new legislation. In South Carolina, House lawmakers approving an abortion ban after 6 weeks of pregnancy. The state Senate could consider it next week. And in Montana, the governor there signing a bill that takes effect in January. It looks to ban TikTok from operating in the state, but is almost certain to face legal challenges. The Department of Justice out with stunning new information on the Air National Guardsman accused of leaking classified materials online. The DOJ says he was reported earlier this year for accessing top-secret docs without authorization. This is ABC News. A deluge in northern Italy blamed for at least 9 deaths.
Catastrophic flooding across parts of northern Italy. Some areas deluged by half the annual rainfall they normally get in just 36 hours. In Emilia-Romagna, the Coast Guard called in to rescue a pregnant woman trapped in her home. In Cesena, elderly residents had to be rescued by dinghies. And in Faenza, the only way for one couple to escape from their flooded house was through the roof and airlifted to safety.
ABC's Ian Pannell. More than 10,000 people have had to evacuate. Target is becoming more of a target for thieves. The retail giant says theft is on the rise and could hit well over $1 billion worth this year. The company says shoplifting is the biggest culprit, but organized crime is a problem too. Home sales slipping across the country. The National Association of Realtors says existing home sales fell nearly 3.5% in April. Rena Roy, ABC News.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. But right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair. Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-401-6681 to speak to an expert. That's 800-401-6681.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
A new commercial real estate report shows more than a quarter of the office space in downtown Denver is vacant. Interest rates have continued to climb since the pandemic, forcing companies to downsize. The tech industry, the most affected. Additionally, more companies are employing remote workers than ever before. There's a new housing option in Denver for those that are homeless due to brain injuries or other disabilities. The Valor on the Facts, a first-of-its-kind housing complex, which offers a trauma-informed design for those with these types of disabilities. The 72-unit complex on East Colfax includes a wide variety of services such as job training and recreational and wellness activities. Things will improve for the weekend, but the next couple of days in Denver will be rainy and cooler.
Showers and thunderstorms throughout your Thursday. It's going to be a little cloudy and a little cooler as well, with highs today in the mid to low 60s. Overnight storms continue, temperatures down to the low 50s, and then kind of the same forecast for Friday, mid 60s, and then we're back into the 70s with sunshine just in time for the weekend.
That's Fox 31 meteorologist Kylie Burse. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Some significant slowdowns to occupy your 10 o'clock hour for folks heading into downtown. I-25 northbound. Road construction at Colfax with stop-and-go traffic back from Evans. Folks need to add about 15 minutes extra to their commute into the downtown area. Heading south to Hampton eastbound, we've got a crash reported at Federal Boulevard with stopped-up traffic back from Sheridan. About 5 minutes of delayed driving through the scene. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly cloudy skies today. Another mildly warm one, cooler than yesterday with a high of 63 degrees. Later, 70% chance of strong storms, overnight low of 50. The current temperature in Denver is 60 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
We'll have the story of the time the Man in Steel, Superman, battled the Ku Klux Klan. Be sure to listen to this week's edition of Our American Stories on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This week on Leguizamo Does America, John Leguizamo is in Los Angeles to explore the lack of Latino representation in film and TV. Leguizamo Does America. Final episode Sunday, May 21st at 10 p.m. Eastern on MSNBC and streaming on Peacock.
Keep our schedule full? Seasonal incentives? Oh yeah. Hi, Dan Cicchini, Done Right Home Improvements. Now is the time to call and save a full 12% off all services for select install dates. 800-362-8370 or drhi.com.
The Harris Law Firm's Wiser Together webinar series takes on common divorce and family law questions and answers. Get free access at harrisfamilylaw.com/webinars. Harris is dedicated to helping you make wiser legal decisions to protect your rights. harrisfamilylaw.com/webinars for more information. The Harris Law Firm. Stability, knowledge, guidance, and strong representation. harrisfamilylaw.com.
Got hail damage? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
It's the Dan Capel.
Hello.
Afternoons.
Hello. Okay, good. You hear me? That's always a good sign.
Fired for robber with a box cutter.
Shannon, I didn't rewire yet, so I'm going to do that tonight or maybe Friday and do it over the weekend.
All right. Anytime you need to call.
Yeah, I will call you for sure. But I took notes on everything you did. And I got new headsets and everything for the roadie. Yep.
Oh.
Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, it's Tom Martino, and I am here to help you in any way I can. That's right. I love to help you, so I'm going to help you. Right now, if you're looking for AC, the guaranteed lowest price, you don't do better than that, do you? The guaranteed lowest price? Well, unless it's crap, but he says all the popular brand names. He carries a few of the popular brand names, not all of them. So if you want to check out 888heating.com, he's a great guy. Garrett and his team, 303-770-2776. Think about that guaranteed lowest price. Put him to the test. That's 888heating.com. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Today we got a guest with Made in the Shade. I love talking about window coverings. You know, window coverings are scary things because it's like carpeting. You know, it's kind of things you shouldn't do on your own. People attempt to do window coverings way more than anything else. If it comes to do it yourself at home, they don't put in a garage door on their own. They might put up an opener. But what do people do at home on their own? What do they feel comfortable doing? Certainly not garage coatings, right? I wouldn't do that. Try to do that epoxy floor. Maybe some try that. What do you try at home? What have you tried at home that you thought, you know what, that's pretty damn good. I'm glad I tried that at home. I'm going to continue to is that okay, your level? Okay. Brendan, hi. So do a lot of people, are you ever called in after they do a do-it-yourself?
All the time.
Now, I think the biggest mistake will be measurements because you don't know to take inside or outside. And I think outside hangings look like crap. It's the inside. And to be inside, you got to be really special to put that up.
Yeah, you do, and we, laser measure them down to a 1/16 of an inch.
Yeah.
Each one's made for that window.
Okay, so what else do people do at home, do you think? Mark, what do you do? What would you feel comfortable? And I know as we start, having less time and a little more money in life, we hire people. But when you were younger, what did you do? What did I do? I'm trying to think what I felt comfortable doing at home.
I did all of our land work. In other words, all of our landscaping.
Really? Oh, really? Did you love it?
I won't say I loved it. It's just a little overwhelming now, but I still mow. I do all the mowing, but I only got to mow twice a year.
You love your tractor. You just do it for fun.
Yeah, it seems that way, but it
hey,
can
Mark,
be a pain in the ass.
I have done tile work, a lot of tile work. I have done it, and I've done it really well in the past.
I've never done tile work.
And
you also work.
Here's
like
one
a
time.
Mechanic in a way.
One time I did a story.
Listen
to this. One time I did a story on Channel 4 called "Something About Your Dream House." I remember I started out with a little girl playing with a doll in a dollhouse, and then dissolved into a real house, and then I said, I built this. I contracted. And so I became the general contractor, and I wanted, at that time, a lot of people were doing this. I had a piece of land in Parker, and I contracted everything. First, I was the general contractor, so I hired the excavator. The excavator came out, excavated for my foundation. It was Ken Williams back then, Ken Williams Concrete. He poured the foundation. Do you know Ken?
He did my house.
Did he?
Yeah.
Okay, and then he's not still around, though.
I don't think so.
And his son
He's
took
great.
over, but I don't even know if they're still... Anyway, so then after that, then I had to get a framing package. I went to CEH Homes at the time, got a framing package. Then I had to hire framers. Now, what I did in that house personally, I did all of the electrical, I did all of the tile, and I did all of the insulating, you know, kind of like the brainless insulating, right? I did just various stuff like that on my own. And I had a friend help me here and there. And it was so much fun and such a big learning experience. That's why when we talk about homes and stuff, I know a lot about it. I didn't attempt to do the framing or the trim, of course. But anyway, so many people worked on that house, and I contracted everything. And it was a great experience. Do you remember that, Mark? Do you remember the house?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, that was a good experience. Now, that was the first time I did it. Then I did it one other time, which was brain damage. It was the really big house down in Franktown. The other one was near Parker. This was Franktown. And then that one was really brain damage. I mean, my God, there was so much involved. But here's what I learned about contracting. Everybody wants to be a hero. Let me explain what that means. I get the concrete done, right? Ken Williams did that straight up, did the foundation. Then the guy comes to frame, and he complains about the foundation. Why? I don't know. He said it wasn't this, it wasn't that. Ken says, yes, it is. So the framer frames. Now, the electrician comes in and starts putting the electrical in and complains about the framer. And the plumber complains about the framer because he did this wrong, he made it so you have to go up and around and all. So then when they get done, the framer comes back to do some other stuff and says, they ruined my framing. He complains about the plumber and electrician. Now I'm going to have to redo this header, but they shouldn't have drilled through this, they shouldn't have drilled through that. Then you have different people, the drywallers complaining about the framer because he didn't make the walls plumb and now it's going to look wavy. And then the guys that come in to finish the drywall say they didn't hang it right. They made too much reveal. I can't fill this. Too much tape. Anyway, it's a series of people just bragging about how good they are and how bad everyone else is. I swear to God, that was my experience building a house. And everyone complained about everyone, and everyone wanted to be a hero. And I learned back then, you keep your mouth shut. I mean, you should never talk in front of a homeowner, ever, about that. No, don't try to be a hero. Sometimes the bearer of bad news is perceived as bad. Sometimes, even if it's good, you didn't want to hear it. The worst thing in the world is when they say stuff like, well, they should have never... Like you have a guy putting in the furnace, right? And he says, well... And he works for the company. And while he's putting it in, he's pissed off at the company, and he's mumbling, I would have put it in bigger than this, or this is not sized right, or you need more return air, and they start complaining about the ductwork people. Meanwhile, you're trying to figure out what is the truth. Now, people, if you've ever built a home, even a modified custom home, where you go and pick a model and all that, you're going to run across this. Trust me when I tell you that. So I know almost every facet of building a home. I've done it twice. I also know almost every facet of the quirks you get into buying real estate, developing real estate. So if ever you have questions, man, I've had a lot of experience with that, good and bad. Angel, let's talk about a court case that you're having. What's going on, Angel? 303-713-TALK is our number, 303-713-8255. What's going on, Angel?
So I had...
Ooh, what's going on with his phone, brothers and sisters?
Can't hear him.
Can't hear you. Tell me what happened. Let's try it again.
Oh, okay. So I'm having problems with my landlord, and...
what problem are you having, Angel? What problem?
There's an electrical problem where my daughter tried to put her nightlight in, and she got electrocuted. And now...
You mean she got shocked? I hope she didn't get electrocuted. That denotes fatal.
She got shocked, and now I'm not sure who to turn to.
Okay, let me ask you something. Were you there when this happened, when she got shocked?
Yes, sir. I was actually in the living room, and she came into the living room, and she was crying, and she was, like, holding her hand.
Could it be she didn't do it right, or did you go and check it out? Is it a defect, or was she just holding on to it the wrong way and touched those prongs? What happened?
I'm not sure, to be honest, 100%, but I did take the nightlight and went to both outlets. And so I have to, in order for me to have, like, her TV on, I have to run an extension cord from.
But Angel, I'm asking you, did you try the outlet where she got shocked?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is there a way we can get a better phone connection? Let me just try this. Hold on a sec. Kachina Kalori, could you get him reestablished or try to talk to him off the air so we can get that a better thing on that? And then we're going to talk about the problem here. And if there is a problem, there are so many reasons that could happen. Very seldom, even with an electrical problem, listen to this, does an outlet shock you. There's no reason to shock. It's almost impossible, even with a bad outlet. Even if the outlet is bad. I mean, I can't think of a way any kind of electrical current can shock you while plugging something in. What's that, Mark?
How about if the nightlight was a problem?
Yeah, it could be. So hold on, and we'll explore this. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. DenverRegen.com. They did my stem cell therapy. Each and every day I'm feeling a change. I really am. It's not what do I call it? I'm not psycho. Anyway, DenverRegen.com. Call to avoid surgery in some cases. They'll be honest with you. And you can talk to a stem cell doc, 833-STEM-GEN. That's 833-STEM-GEN. Get an appointment with a stem cell doc free of charge on the phone, 833-STEM-GEN.
Thank you.
I've tried a lot of language learning apps lately, and Rosetta Stone.
Sorry about Angel, and then Mark disappeared audio-wise. What the hell?
Hey, he was low anyway. He was low, bro.
We just worked with him. We worked with him.
Okay,
good. It tells you how accurate your pronunciation is,
so
you can really nail your
accent.
Got it. Learn almost any language you want, like Spanish, Italian, Chinese,
today.
and Korean.
Until noon.
Or get access.
There we go.
5 languages for life with Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. Check it out at rosettastone.com.
All right, let's talk to Joe Chiano. He's a certified financial planner or financial advisor. And Joe, we're going to get together for, I don't even like calling it a seminar. It's an informational meeting of people. We're going to have financial experts May 25th, Denver, Sheridan, DTC, about 6:30 in the evening. And we're going to be talking about financial things, everything financial, when it comes to aging. Go ahead, Joe. Tell us more.
Well, Tom, the response has been phenomenal. I want you to know that.
That's because I'm going to be there.
That's right. Your listeners really want to meet you. They want to see you in person, and also Mark.
Yes.
But I'm telling you something. It's filling up.
Good.
So people that are thinking about education, financial education, they should be calling right now to register. We only have about 10 more spaces left.
And we're not selling anything, Joe. Joe, we're not selling anything.
Nothing at all. People are going to be learning how to protect their money from the risk of the stock market. They're going to learn how to navigate through Medicare. Tom, this is a real complicated subject.
Oh, I know. I know.
And me too. And thirdly, we're going to be talking to them about the biggest risk facing anybody over the age of 65, and that is long-term care. But most importantly, they're going to be getting educated about how to survive this economic storm that we're facing.
I'm telling you, man, when I got advice on like a supplement, I paid a little more for this particular supplement, and it saved me money in the long run. I don't pay for anything. And then people will talk about Medicare Advantage. We'll also talk about annuities, straight up, overfunding life insurance. What else? Reverse loans, everything, right?
Yes. Yeah, also taxes. We have our CPA that is going to be in-house at the seminar talking about how to take advantage of the new tax law, how to save money on taxes. So people need to learn how to protect our money.
Yeah, and we're going to take questions and give answers. That's Joe Ciano, and I want you to join us. Go to this number. Just call this number. And again, you can ask me questions about what I've done, what I'm doing, how I'm doing it. 303-800-2919, 303-800-2919. Okay, now let's talk about Joe Lazzara. He's an attorney I hope you never need. I mean, I'm just going to say it like that because he's a defense attorney. No one ever thinks they're going to be charged with a crime. You know, a crime is a DUI. That's both a criminal offense and a traffic offense. You need an attorney to get through the system. First of all, try to avoid it. That's my civic duty to tell you that. Honest to God, a designated driver, Uber, Lyft, a taxi, you don't need to drink and drive, but so many people, especially with the good weather, go out for a drink. Here's the deal. If you made a stupid mistake, if you were falsely accused, whatever it is, Lazzara Legal, Lazzara, LazzaraLegal.com. Joe Lazzara, look for him at referralist.com or call 303-429-6200. Flat rate pricing, free consultations, 303-429-6200.
Do you have 3X?
Yay.
I forgot to run the timer on Joe, so I'm not. That whole spot, can you tell me, was it, that whole block, did I
I'm
go?
guessing 7 minutes.
No.
Okay. Do you really want me to dig this thing up out of the...
I want to know how much over on what should have been 2 minutes and 30 seconds with both spots.
What should have been 2 minutes.
Both spots were 2 minutes.
2:30.
2:30.
I'm going to say 3 minutes, 45 seconds.
No. It wasn't that long.
Yeah. Wasn't that long.
What was it?
3.5. 1 over.
Huh.
I did a minute over? Holy crap.
It's all right. Hey, listen.
I forgot to run the timer when he
It's
started.
okay. No, come on.
I have an internal clock.
Yeah, right. And according to Suze, you're always a minute under.
Well, it's easy. Mark just has an internal clock because he has this period every month.
Oh, my God.
Oh, God. This from the guy that used to order what from Starbucks?
Quad Grande sugar-free vanilla breve latte.
Oh, my God.
Game over.
Just hearing that, I got to put on a skirt.
And he mixed it with a tampon.
Okay, bye.
Can I have a Quad Grande sugar-free? Oh, wait. Hold on.
There's
A Quad
room for a toe
Grande.
tag.
Hold on. How was it? A Quad Grande sugar-free vanilla breve latte.
Wow.
They must have loved when he
When
came
are they
in.
going to put you on a beer can?
See, that would actually work.
Hey,
Bud Light.
I like that idea.
Hey, one of my favorites lately is, did you hear that Peloton is recalling all of those bikes?
The bikes.
Do you remember, did you hear why they're recalling them?
No.
The seats were coming off, and I'm thinking there's a new Dylan McVaney ad campaign that we could...
Ugh.
No. What was it about? What kept coming off?
The seats were coming off.
Well, how can that hurt you inside?
Hello.
Oh my gosh, think about
It
it.
certainly hurt you on the inside, Tom.
If the seat came off,
Yes.
Yeah.
Post.
oh, you got a post there, but wouldn't you fall first?
In love, maybe.
I mean, I think it would be quite painful.
Well, would it count?
Oh my God!
Tell us more.
Has anyone seen the new electric motorcycles? God Almighty!
Hey,
That is
Marty,
too.
I've got Sherry
That's
on
too
her
weird
screen
looking.
forever, so
How
where's
fast
the
are they?
holding?
They got to be
Mark,
incredibly
Mark,
fast.
look up, look up Curtis.
Out.com.
All right, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. HarrisFamilyLaw.com/webinars. If you missed the webinar last night, it's archived. Every webinar they do, get free information on family law. HarrisFamilyLaw.com/webinars. It's free legal information. Then if you ever have to call them, you can. 303-515-5000. They're going to be up later on to talk about high conflict divorces, which is really important. Let's go to Sherry. Oh my God, this thing is just, She sent the contract, and she sent the information. She's really good at getting this information. I so appreciate it, Sherry. And to make a long story short, one company sold you the system, another company installed the system, and another company is financing the system. And that's not unusual. Most solar companies are nothing more than sales arms. They have nothing to do with taking care of the customer. However, in your case, they put the controls on the wrong side, the installer did, and they simply won't fix it. But to their credit, they've been paying your monthly financing charges because the system is not up and running. They've been making your loan payments for 2 or 3 months. Where do we stand with this, Sherry?
So yesterday, Marty from your team called Freedom, and Freedom actually called us about 2 or 3 hours later. They're still being super bullheaded, but they finally contacted us after 2 months of no response from them after they failed inspection. So there's a step in the right direction, but I think we have a big fight on our hands.
Why should you have a fight? They just simply need to fix it.
Well, yeah, there's a lot to fixing it, though.
Yeah, but okay, but they did it wrong. It's a lot. Yeah. I mean, let me ask you something. If they fix this thing and move it, they still have to repair where they put all the controls to begin with on your new siding, right?
Correct. They have to completely redo
Now,
that.
I could not see from your contract, and maybe I wasn't looking in the right place, I could not see where it specified the controls on the north side of the house.
I may not have sent you the picture, but we did have a plan, like a drawn-out plan, and they were supposed to put the actually controls by our front door, but you can't do that. And then when we talked to the sales guy in the beginning, he said that the controls would be by the utility boxes on the north side of our house.
Okay,
so they told us that, and then they didn't go by the plans even. They changed the plans the day that.
By the way, the sales company here
Yeah.
was Sunder Energy, Sunder. The install company was Freedom Forever. The loan company is Mosaic. Now, what's going on, Marty, in your estimation?
Well, as far as I know, they called the consumer and they were going to come out on Sunday, but they can't see him on Sunday. Is that correct, Sherry? They made a plan to come out?
They were trying to get us to meet with them on Sunday, but we can't. That's our day of rest.
So,
yeah, we're not going to do it on the Sunday.
So until they meet, I think it's premature to know what they're going to do, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yes. Me and my husband, though, there's so much to the story that we were just like, we want these panels off our roof. We just don't want to even deal with the company anymore. And they're like, there's no way we're taking them off. So I don't know if that's.
But they still have.
I don't know.
Out.
Let me ask you something. Can I ask you something?
We want to
Hold on.
For sure.
Can't they amend the permit? I mean, I understand. Is there something illegal about where the controls are right now?
As far as I know, they do not meet code standards, and that's not okay to have.
Yeah,
them
but
on that
hold
side of
on.
the house
I don't know of any code
I don't know.
standards. I don't know of any codes that say it has to be, the controls have to be in a certain place.
I really don't know either. I just know from what the inspectors told me that this has never been done like this before, and that they are supposed to be by the rest of the utilities on the house.
Yeah, they're
That's what
supposed to be,
inspectors told me.
because here's why. Because they have to feed back your meter, right?
I guess so. I don't know a lot about it.
Well, what they're saying is that the run between the controls and where it has to feed, did they connect it to your power yet?
I don't know if it's.
See, here's
it's
what I'm
not
concerned
running,
about, Sherry.
So I
Sherry,
don't know.
let's say it's an extraordinary amount to move it and it's ridiculous. What if you get a waiver or something? Because I've never heard of any code saying where those controls need to be, unless the run between the inverters and the meter has to be a certain length. I've never heard of that, though. So I'm wondering if you could just amend the permit or the plan to get it accepted the way it is, unless it bothers you where it is. Does it bother you, or the thing that bothers you is that they didn't pass the inspection because of it? What if the inspector didn't care about where it was? Would you mind those controls being where they are? Do they look ugly? Do you care?
Yeah, there's a lot of factors to it. In the beginning, we understood and we agreed. That
I know you agreed they were going to be where they were going to be.
Yes,
I'm asking you.
But we agreed that day because the guy, the
Sherry, I know. You've told us all this. Sherry, you told us all this. I'm asking a simple question. If it worked 100% fine and it was signed off and it produced power, would the aesthetics of the way it is right now be objectionable to a point where you would not accept it?
No, if it had passed inspection, we would have been like, okay, fine, but we weren't.
That's what I'm trying to figure out, why it didn't pass inspection. I think we need to talk to an inspection person and figure out why it didn't pass inspection. That's the real question, not the aesthetics right now. Maybe they give you a good faith discount or something because they didn't do what they said. Marty, that's what we should be asking. Why did it not pass inspection?
They did make an appointment for Sunday, but they can't see them on Sunday. So until
Marty,
they come out,
Marty,
yes,
I wasn't asking about that. I was asking why did it fail the inspection? Do they know? They must know.
Okay.
I'm just curious. Would they share that with us? Why did it fail the inspection? And then the next question is, and maybe we have to ask an inspector. Sherry, if you could get us the contact information right now, Smarty can call that inspector and ask him, just out of curiosity, why did the county fail it, or the city? Why? And let's find out. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Angel, did we reestablish that phone connection? Are you doing better, Angel? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Hey, I want to know something. Are you positive you have an electrical problem in the house? Are you having any symptoms in the house that give you the impression that you have an electrical issue?
Yes, sir. I went through the whole house and I switched out all the light bulbs, and none of them work. Like in our daughter's room and in the hallway, none of those lights work.
Okay, could it be that you blew could a circuit be blown, a circuit breaker?
No, sir. This has been going on for like the last 5 months.
When you say they don't work, you're saying when you screw a light bulb into a ceiling fixture,
correct.
They don't come on.
Not at all. Even with brand new light bulbs.
I get it. How many ceiling lights do not work?
2 of them.
2. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Just 2 of them. And does that outlet work where your daughter tried to tried to plug in a lamp?
No, sir, not at all.
Okay. That outlet is completely done. Okay. I think did you go to the breaker box?
Yes, sir. I went through. I've done everything that I could.
Did you recycle each breaker?
I flipped them on and off throughout the whole house.
Okay. You could listen. It just isn't logical that 2 lights are not working and an outlet. What would they have in common? It just doesn't sound. And is your landlord refusing to address this? Is that the bottom line?
Yes, sir, and he's threatening to evict us because he even said it was okay to pay half of the rent every month until he gets an electrician out here.
Well, I don't think is okay. He may have said that, but if you pay half rent, he's going to evict you, and I'll tell you why. It's 2 light bulbs and 1 outlet. That's not worth paying half rent. That's unfair.
Correct.
I mean, it may be a little discount or something, but to hold back half rent because you have 2 ceiling lights and 1 outlet, is that the full extent of your problem?
Actually, the second violation is the skirting on the bottom of the trailer. It's not up to standards, which it's I guess not really a big deal, but the electrical problem. That's,
listen, do you want to move, Angel? Are you trying to get out of your lease? Do you want to move?
In all honesty, we don't really have enough money saved up.
Okay, I get it.
So we're just trying to make do with what we got.
Okay. Now listen, let me ask you the truth. Do you have enough to pay the rent?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you simply want these electrical issues fixed. I don't blame you. Let's give this to Deputy Doc. Hold on. No, I agree with you. There's nothing wrong with asking for something like that. I'm going to give us one of our deputies to call the landlord and say, what's the hang-up? with this simple issue. And I don't know why he would ask you to move for that. I mean, that's ridiculously unfair.
Oh. And then on top of that, I did go to court yesterday.
Yeah.
And
wait, whoa. You went to court?
Yes, sir.
Are you in the middle of an actual eviction?
Yes, sir. I believe so. Like we.
Well, what do you mean you believe so? You went to court. Wait a minute. Why did you go to court?
Because the landlord's trying to evict us.
Well, then, okay, you are in an eviction. This is serious, man. You should have led with that. You're in an eviction right now.
Correct.
What did court say to you?
They didn't. They wouldn't let me speak.
Were you okay? What was the outcome of the hearing? Okay, I guess he's off. Or I can't hear.
Now we're in this situation.
Okay, Angel, I just need to know something. They tried to evict you. You had to go to court. What was the outcome? What was the result of that hearing?
I didn't. Pretty much like the judge wouldn't let me speak.
I didn't ask that. No, I need to know this. How did it end? Did it end with him saying that he granted the eviction? There must have been an outcome. I don't care about the process. What was the outcome?
He just sided with the landlord and said that we have to leave the premises as soon as possible.
Okay. That's bad news, Angel. We're not calling to get the electrical fixed. You need now to find a place to live. The issue is not the electrical. How far behind are you on rent?
Just like 2 months, but...
Oh, my God. Well, Angel, I can't help you, man. Do you have the money? Did the judge ask you if you had the money to pay the back rent?
No, he didn't mention anything like that.
Did the landlord say if you paid the back rent you could stay?
No, sir. He wouldn't answer my calls nor... reply to my text messages.
Okay, so you don't have the money to move, which means you don't have the money to pay the back rent. Is that right?
Correct. That is correct.
Well, then, I don't know how I can help you. It's not an electrical issue here, man. It isn't.
It's more like tough because we have a taller...
No, listen, Angel, my heart goes out to you that you have to find a place to live. They didn't set an eviction date, you're lucky. But unless you pay that landlord, they're not going to let you stay there. Do you have any money to pay?
I have some money to pay, but I know, if I was to give it to the landlord, he's still going to probably go with the eviction notice.
No, then don't do that. Then take the money you have and try to find another place. Listen, Jay, make a comment. Jay has a comment. I got to take this break, but Jay, go ahead, make a comment. This is a hopeless case, unfortunately. Go ahead. What is your comment?
When you lose a couple of electrical fixtures, usually a wire in one of the junction boxes, a switch box, or one of the lighting boxes itself comes loose or breaks, and it's feeding daisy chain style one to another.
Okay.
So wherever it broke, it's feeding.
That sounds logical, Jay. But he has bigger problems than that right now. He's 2 months behind in rent and doesn't have the money. There's not much we can do about that. 303-713-8255.
Yep.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by The Truth with Lisa Booth.
Starting to calm down throughout the Denver metro for the 10 o'clock hour. Some significant slow spots still remain into downtown. I-25 northbound, we're looking at speeds in the 30s and 40s between Broadway and Colfax. Northeast of there, I-70 westbound, road work continues between York and Washington with stop and go back from I-270. Heading to the south end of town, Hampton eastbound, we've got an accident reported at Lowell Boulevard and Knox Court with stop and go back from Sheridan. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, clouds rolling in for chance of strong storms later today. Highs in the low 60s. The current temperature is 62 degrees with your Impact Traffic and weather. Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas once accused Democrats of a high-tech lynching. Are they doing it again? JCN's Carrie Severino joins me on The Truth with Lisa Booth to get to the bottom of the left's new attempts to delegitimize the court. Listen to The Truth with Lisa Booth on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcast, or wherever you get your podcasts.
All right. You know, what I love talking about more than anything is family law when we have a solution. Family law. Listen, people have gone broke getting a divorce because they're high conflict, they're angry, and they foolishly spend time and money. What Rich Harris is dedicated to doing is trying to do collaborative law and more cooperation between lawyers and parties to keep the cost down and to keep the conflict down. What are some of the key strategies, Rich, to keep the conflict down or to master the conflict divorce?
You bet, Tom. You know, as you said, there's nothing more damaging and destructive than a high conflict divorce. We spoke about this last night on our webinar. Folks can see it on our website. You can download the whole thing. We had an expert on who was talking about some physical strategies in terms of breathing and some other things that you can employ right now in order to control your stress. There are a whole host of additional steps you can take, emotional, legal, from a planning and strategy standpoint, so that you're not mired in the litigation mud, if you will, for months or even years on end.
And Rich, what a lot of people have to realize, judges don't care about the emotional side of the divorce, the cheating, the verbal stuff, all of that. They don't really care about it technically. Isn't that true?
Yeah, that's right, Tom. Unless it directly impacts the kid's best interests, and it usually doesn't, judges want to get right to the facts. And if you're prepared both legally and emotionally, you're going to do a heck of a lot better.
And that's what I love about HarrisFamilyLaw.com, or Rich Harris and Lisa Harris started this with attorneys that specialize in areas of family conflict. They have webinars at HarrisFamilyLaw.com/webinars, and you can always call them. They can do the whole divorce, or they do unbundled services for any part of the divorce. They also can handle estate law as well. 303-515-5000, 515-5000. Paragon. He's a public adjuster. And Mark, with this hailstorm coming, or that came, I mean, we can use a public adjuster.
Oh, my God. He can get you a lot more money.
And what has he done for you? Just talk about firsthand experience.
Well, my company said I had zero, and I mean zero hail damage. Actually, they said I had about $300 worth of damage, which was a lot less than what my deductible would be. So I got Matt involved. I got $70,000.
Think about that. And you can employ him. In fact, when you call him, he will give you the honest-to-God answer if you need him or not. He'll take a look at your claim. And if you
he'll tell you straight up, no doubt. In fact, you can reach Matt at 719-726-0020, 719-70020.
This week on Leguizamo.
I sounded hot in that, no?
No, not at all. Not to me, you didn't. God, the tow case. Oh, God.
I am dying to hear this update.
I have no idea who I could...
Remember, everything was going to be dropped.
I know. I'd love to hear it. I got to give the story. I'm going to play my soap opera music.
You're going to have zero time. Zero.
Stop.
You still owe a 45 break, dude. It's 45 right now.
Hey, so I'm going to handle this.
Just tease it that it's coming up after. Hey, Shannon, does he still owe the 10:30 break, too?
Hey, shush.
Well, technically, you guys have made up for it by doing 7 minutes worth of lives when we needed 3 minutes.
I don't like how you said guys.
Well, you did kind of stretch your Paragon. Let me tell you a personal story. Sit back for a spell. I got a tale to tell you about Paragon. Golly, come on,
Now
man.
I'm sewing a yarn.
I ain't never seen nothing like that before.
Yeah, I know. Mark starts a commercial with, "When I was born."
Let me tell you.
I know, I say that sometimes. Shut up. Write it down. It's part of my... So I'm going to have time.
For what?
No, I'm going to go to Manuel.
Hey, what happened, Kelly? Where's the update?
Yeah, did he hang up?
He did.
Why?
I'm trying to get him back.
Well, okay, but we have to take it. Okay, tell him we have to take another break. I'm going to take Manuel.
We're doing good here on time. Yeah, bye.
Yeah, right.
We are.
Yeah, right. Marco's a 45. See, with his comments, he stretches it out too long for me. I can't control it.
Wow. Stand by.
Or at triplejarmory.com. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
All right, let's talk. Manuel, tell us about, or what about hail-damaged cars? How can we help you, Manuel?
Yeah, you always touch on houses. I got hail damage on my car.
Right.
Actually, when I was trying to get my car out of the hail, I backed into my garage and hit a cabinet, and so I got double dents. I got damage on my truck from myself, and then I got hail. But I've been calling a couple of places, and they say, well, no, we want to get your insurance before you we give you an estimate. And I was just wondering what you think about that.
Well, because they don't want to waste time. It's
Okay.
that simple. I mean, Manuel, there are places that will give you an estimate, but
I found one or two, but like I said, I was just curious.
How many dings? How many dings do you have? 100?
Oh man,
dozens?
The whole hood. That's the hood, the top of the cab, and unfortunately, it's a 2020 Toyota Tacoma that my wife just bought.
Yeah, you know what? It could be. I was thinking you could have possibly, paintless repair, but I don't think so. Not with all those.
Yeah, I've got Progressive insurance.
That's good insurance. So what I would do.
I'm going on their list.
These, this is different. With roof damage, I say call a roofer first.
Yeah.
Get a really good estimate and see if you even have hail damage. Because if you don't, when you call, it's counted against you. With cars, it's different.
Okay.
With cars, you should call your adjuster first. Get an idea.
Yeah, we did that. He's coming out June 7th, but I was trying to get a jump on it to see if it's, to see if I found one place that will give me an estimate. The other people say, no, wait till your insurance comes, it gives you an estimate. So I was just curious if it's, do I worry about, wait till the insurance, and because like I said, I didn't know if it was
for one thing, you don't accept anything like that. You don't, you know what I'm saying. You don't accept like what they say and sign a contract or anything.
Oh, no. I just want to get the estimate from everybody first. Because like I said, I found one place.
I would go with 3. I would go with 3.
Okay.
That's what I would do.
Okay,
and then,
well, if I got one, I think if I just got one, because most people say they want to do your insurance claims, and then we'll go through there. But if I at least get one, I can kind of get an idea of what I'm looking at.
Yeah, 2 is better, but no matter what, and I say 3, but it's hard to get 3 now. If everyone's busy, if you get someone reputable, you don't have to worry about that. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
Yep.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Calming down after a busy morning. Some slow spots remain throughout the Denver metro before we hit the 11 o'clock hour. I-25 southbound, we're looking at speeds in the 20s and 30s between I-70 and Spear Boulevard. South of there, 6th Avenue eastbound, some regular congestion on the off-ramp to I-25 southbound with slow traffic starting back from Federal. Over on the south end of town, Hampton eastbound, we've got a crash reported at Lowell Boulevard with stop and go from Sheridan. Fox 31, pinpoint weather chance of strong storms later today. Highs in the lower 60s, overnight low of 50 degrees. Tomorrow, more showers with a high of 64. The current temperature is 62 degrees with your Impact Traffic and Weather. Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
For our observance of National Police Week, we'll have the story of a man who hated cops until he became one himself on Skid Row. Be sure to listen to this week's edition of Our American Stories on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, listen up. You won't find water heaters cheaper ever. EuroPlumbingColorado.net. $12.99 to get you a full water heater, fully installed. The old one taken out and hauled away. That's a 40-gallon with new supply lines for water and gas. And listen to this. If you want a 50 gallons, just $13.99. You can't even do it yourself for that. And in addition to that, any other size you want, they will give you or sell you at the best price. Their guarantee. 303-668-6844. If you want a water heater, call EuroPlumbingColorado.net. 303-668-6844. Now let's talk about the best when it comes to garage coatings for the floor, walkways, patios, pool decks. They can even do stairs, man. They have the shiznits when I can say that right. When it comes to the garage floors, they guarantee the lowest price, guaranteed for life. And no money down. Garage King, 720-252-0370. That's 720-252-0370. Now, if you want an estimate right now on your countertops, call the Art of Granite. It should be called the Art of All Countertops because they do all countertops, not just granite. But you know what? You'll love the way they do business. Wholesale on all materials. They tear out and haul away free. They do the bathroom free when you do the kitchen. And guess what? Price is on the phone because why? They're proud of what they do, and they have great deals. 303-386-5919. 386-5919.
Hi, Colorado.
Thank you.
What's the series at right now? Wait, that was just one game so far? I thought they had another one.
Who, Nuggets?
Yeah, what's the series stand at?
1-0.
1-0 Nuggets.
When are they playing again?
Tonight.
Where?
6 p.m. Denver.
Here.
So how long do they play here?
I think the series is a 2-2, 1-1-1.
2-1-1-1.
Yeah, 2-2-1-1-1.
Holy crap.
They have a chance.
Dan's going to the game tonight. He's taking off an hour early. He did on Tuesday, too. So we got to cover the 5 o'clock hour.
Capless will be there. Well, holy crap.
On the floor.
Star-studded.
He's got really nice tickets. He did give it to us once, and yeah, they're not bad seats.
Do you remember, Tom, at least at the old building, we had I forget her first name now, we had a saleswoman, last name Wagoner? Wagoner.
I don't recall a Wagoner. I don't, actually.
Her husband was in charge of accounting or something.
Oh, no, Janine.
Janine Wagoner, right.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Janine was, she had, her husband is still with him, Cronky, right?
Oh, yeah. And I remember they used to, because they had occasionally give us their seats, and I think they were just behind the home bench, and yeah, and their abs, on the glass.
Yep.
Oh,
yep.
So nice. I know they got he was so high up, he got a day with the cup. I think they had it at the house, invited over about 1 million people.
Well, did anyone read about or hear about this chase with Meghan Markle and Prince Harry? Whatever.
Yes.
Was it
2 hour
exaggerated?
high-speed chase through New York.
Was it exaggerated? They say they made it up.
Well, just massively exaggerated. You're from New York. Can you drive for 2 hours at a high speed in New York?
No.
Now, and I know that,
you go on the LIE.
A little freaked out because of Mom.
You can do 2 hours on the LIE.
But at 80 miles an hour, no. Here we go.
KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So, this is a strange situation, folks. We had this couple who ran a tow truck company, and they were going to call us with a follow-up after their court date yesterday. He was on the phone and then suddenly hung up, and we don't know why. But the story is kind of like one of those things you see in daytime TV. And it's kind of weird, but what happened is they started a tow truck company and ended up being arrested for car theft for every car they towed, or 3 of them. Then a competing tow company came over to their yard and picked up all of those cars and plus their personal cars, 6 personal cars, and their own tow truck. And they claim those are stolen. He says he had just bought those 6 other cars and does not have them registered in his name yet. But think about that. In addition to 3 cars that people say they stole, they found 6 other cars that he said were his personal cars, but he can't prove it. He also said they had no authority to do it, but the tow company, the competing tow company, says it was actually the landlord who owns that property who gave him authority to do it. Gosh, this gets complicated. But Kachina Kalori, when he called in, he said he had an update. Is that right? And hung up? What's the story? Is Kelly around? Can she answer that? Hello?
I think she's on the phone.
Oh, she's on the phone. Well, okay, thank you. So in any case, this is where it stands. They were going to court. Well, this is where it stood yesterday. They were going to court at 2 o'clock. And he said he's convinced that those 3 car theft charges would be thrown out, but he still faced some kind of resisting arrest or something for that. And he said because he was got in a scuffle. And then something to do with endangering the welfare of a child. And then a weapons charge because he said one of the cars he towed had a gun in it, unbeknownst to him. Mark, everywhere we look, this guy's got problems, man. I mean, this is like weird. Everywhere everything he touches. Now, is the world nuts or is he? We also got a call that we wanted to follow up on yesterday. Have you heard about the so-called, the race war going on in Yoder, Colorado? Yeah. There's a black rancher out there who claims his neighbors are all racist and trying to take his land. Most of the Eastern media, liberal media, is saying that Yoder is filled with racists and the police are racist, trying to get rid of these people. And then the neighbors claim this guy is the one that started the so-called race war. More on that coming up. I'm Tom Martino.
Sorry about that.
And your name's David?
Why is this not working? Why are these not working? This is weird. Did I move something? Did I move my sound effects? What the frick? None of them are working. Okay. That's weird. Okay. Wait. No. I got to figure out why this isn't working. I got to take my sound to it. This is my sound effects.
Okay, what am I doing?
Speak.
Am I getting an expert?
No, he was talking to you on the air.
Oh my God. Sorry. I was on the phone. Did you tell him I was on the phone,
This
at
thing
least?
is working flawlessly. Let me turn this on.
What was he talking about?
Let me do this up.
I don't know. He's talking to you, not me.
What was the subject?
Yeah, but my sound effects must have moved. It just doesn't. I I gotta reinstall them or something. This is weird.
Hey, Cynthia, it's Doc from the Martino Show. I'll try you again later.
So you have no idea what he asked me.
Okay, so let me see something.
Tom?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was on the phone. Did you need something from me?
No, not right now. I just want to know if we got a hold of that guy again.
Richard?
Yeah.
He's not answering his phone. He did initially, and then when I said, who I was from and to get an update on his
Cynthia?
court case from yesterday, then he hung up.
See, I'm trying to get them on the phone right now. Hello?
Would have loved to have heard that.
My other stuff is working.
What?
Right? Okay, this
That
is all...
one's-
Yeah, I can hear you.
That one's not. Okay, all of these are not working.
Gotta check them for checks.
Okay,
All
that's
right, hold
gotta
on.
be something with. Let me see.
My guess is that it did not go well for him in court yesterday.
We are routing you to a customer service agent.
Are you there, Cynthia?
Okay, so
Cynthia, are you there?
somehow these got fucked up. This one doesn't.
If you would like the system to save your place in line and call you back when an agent is available, press 1. Otherwise, please remain on the line for the next available agent.
Leland's coming in today?
That's something I never know.
Yeah.
This call is important to us. Please remain on the line and your call will be answered by the next available agent.
It's one thing you never know.
Okay, there's a reason for that. There's gotta be a reason for that. Okay.
I do feel bad. I said I was heading to that Guardians of the Galaxy, and he said, hey, let me know how it goes. And I didn't. I said, I'll text you right after. Yeah.
Haley's going to see it next week.
Sound effects.
You alert. Be prepared to start
Hey,
hearing a lot
Cynthia?
of Florence in the machine.
See if I fixed it.
What was that?
Okay, so I have to rewind them. Jesus, that's terrible.
All right, well, I'm going to try him, so don't go away.
Somehow it got all changed, and I can't. That's the weirdest.
Hey.
thing. Yeah.
Holy moly.
What?
Holy moly. I just had an 8-minute conversation with the owner of, I think it's B&B Towing.
Yeah?
Oh. You did?
Yes, I did.
And what did he say?
It is,
Thanks so much for calling the Tom Martino.
it is a true drama.
Hospital provider, press 1. If you are a VA patient, press 2. For CPAP supplies, press 3. For billing, press 4. For other needs, press 6. Or stay on the line.
Then it'll be good.
I'm sorry.
What?
I didn't get that. Please listen to our
The story.
again. If you are a physician or hospital provider, press 1. If you are a VA patient, press 2. For CPAP supplies, press 3. For billing, press 4. For other needs, press 6. Or stay. We are routing you to a customer service agent. If you are calling to schedule a pickup of your equipment, please press 1. Otherwise, please remain on the line and an agent will be with you shortly.
It's an incredible story. It's a fucking made for. It's not made for TV. It's made for the big screen.
If you would like the system to save your place in line and call you back when an agent is available, press 1.
A story literally made for community theater.
I'm gonna weave you a yarn.
Here he goes.
That may be
When I was a boy,
That may be why he hung up and doesn't want to talk about court yesterday.
we wore moccasins.
He doesn't want to talk.
No.
Why?
I wouldn't want to talk either.
Mark has the rest
He's
of the
not
story.
answering his phone, and he initially, when I talked to him the first, and I said, can you update me, us on, what happened at court yesterday? He said, sure. And then I put him on hold, and then he abruptly hung up, and now he's not answering his phone.
Let me introduce you to a couple of guys, Mr. Click and Mr. Dial Tone.
Yep, pretty much. Not for lack of trying.
How did this happen? That is so weird that the navigation on each button.
Remain on the line for the next available agent.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm definitely not a plumber.
Mm.
Tom and Mark can probably help you. So hang on for me, and we'll get you a yes.
Remain on the line for your call will be answered by the next available agent.
You've definitely drained some plumbing. Here we go.
Denver's talk station.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. Hey, we have in the house made in the shade window coverings, and I just wanted to ask him a couple questions here. The highest tech stuff you have, window coverings. The shades now are mostly push and pull without a cord. Is that right, sir?
Correct. The cords are still available, but it won't be long before they will not even
So
be
you
allowed.
just take the bottom, you push it up or pull it down. Okay, now, what about motorized? Are a lot of people going with motorized?
Yeah.
Are they locally motorized, or do houses pre-wire for them?
If you can get it in the building process, it's best to do it, during framing and drywall.
That would be really
to do
cool.
that. Yeah.
Just hide those wires, have them up there, and
But we have so many products now that have an integrated battery and motor, so you don't see it anyway. You just have to recharge them every year or two.
Wouldn't it be nice maybe if, think about this, if there was something on the shade that was solar, a little tiny solar panel or two, or little dots on the shades or on the back of the frame or something that would pick up solar light and then charge it.
We do have solar panels. You can add solar panels to all your motorized shades.
You can.
Assuming unless it's on the north side.
Are you, but you're kidding. You're
Absolutely.
not kidding.
Yep. And you can have them solar powered.
No fooling us. Okay, that's very cool. Let's go to
it's affordable too.
And that's, by the way, Made in the Shade. You can find them at referralist.com, 720-458-6566. Let's go and talk. We got an issue here with David, an emissions issue. David, welcome to the show. What's going on, David?
Hey, Tom, how's it going?
Good, man. What's going on with emissions?
Well, it's a little more than an emissions issue. My girlfriend bought a Subaru WRX from a dealership on this last Saturday.
It's a W. Did you say a W? What year is it?
It's a 2008 Impreza WRX.
Okay.
So we bought it on Saturday, took it to emissions on Tuesday, and it failed miserably.
Okay, well you have a 3-day you have a 3-day window to get that done, or you can undo the deal if they don't fix it.
Okay.
Wait. Did she buy it Did she buy it from a dealer or a private party?
From a dealer.
Then a dealer is supposed to supply you. Listen, this is really important. The dealer is supposed to supply you with a coupon. And that's
they gave us that, and I was on my way there this morning to actually bring it to them so they could look at it and try to fix it. Right?
Did it fail? Did it fail on the which day did it fail on? The first, second, or third?
It was the third day. It failed. I bought on Saturday, so emissions wasn't open till Monday. Couldn't get it on Monday. I got it on Tuesday. So you have 5 business days is what the voucher said.
Oh, okay.
So I went and did that. I was on my way this morning to drop it off at that dealership, but then the turbo, as it started to spool up, started squealing like, when you're driving a diesel and the cold air charge comes off and it makes that squealing sound like a balloon being pinched,
I've never heard that, but okay, but go ahead. What happened?
So it started making that noise, so I didn't want to drive it all the way down there. Brought it home, couldn't find anything obvious. My question is, because it was so soon that we bought the car, is there any way I can just get out of this deal?
Well, okay, this is what's going to be strange, David. This car failed emissions, could get you, and that can get you out of the deal, okay? If the contract says, listen carefully, if the contract says they first have a right to repair it, then you have to go by the contract. Okay. If the turbo is out,
right,
they might say that has nothing to do with the emissions test, and they're not responsible for the turbo, and they might say you have to get the turbo fixed, then we'll make it pass emissions. But if it failed emissions because of the turbo, you could make the argument that they're all interlinked. I don't know enough about this car or this situation to tell you, but I do know that they're responsible for emissions. Now, some dealers have a clause in their little thing that says if it fails, they'll fix it. Then you have to let them fix it. But you need to talk to the dealer. Do you think the turbo's gone?
No, the turbo still works. It just it sounds like either there's a hole somewhere or a leak somewhere in the either the Y pipe or the intake somewhere or something. It sounds like air is escaping and not going actually back into the motor.
Okay, but why? Do you think it had anything to do with anything at all? To do with anything? I mean,
no, I was just driving down the highway, and then it started to squeal as I shifted into the next gear. And anytime the turbo starts to spool, it just starts to, you can hear that air, almost like the blow-off valve might be stuck halfway open or something, or stuck a little ways open. I don't know.
Man, it really doesn't sound like a good deal. It sounds terrible. You're going to have to talk to the dealer and hope
what I'm thinking.
Hope they don't give you trouble. And I want to know if the two things are related. If you can make it where they're related, then it'll be fine, But if not, you're screwed. So you have to you have to figure that out.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like if the turbo isn't running to its full performance, that could affect emissions, I would assume.
Yep.
I don't know.
It could. But I'm sorry, man. Something happened. Something happened that to me, it just sounds weird. It sounds like they're connected. It doesn't sound like a coincidence. But you need someone to tell you that. I would, if you want, take it to a mechanic first, but you better do something quickly because your time is running out to prove that you had it there in time. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Let us know what happens, David.
Hey, I've got an update
on. Oh, hold on. Let's do this.
No, we're not going to do it right now, but I'm teasing this thing. This this tow truck deal we've been dealing with for, my goodness, 3-4 days now. Holy moly. I talked to some other people. Man, wait till you hear it. If you have any idea what I'm talking about from the last 2 shows, you stay glued to this radio.
Wow, what is that? Wow. So this is all about what happened with these people at the tow company charged with auto theft and all of that. And I'll give you some background coming up. Richard, first you. What's going on, Richard?
Yes, hi, Tom and Mark. Good morning. Tom, over at my mother's house, she's getting water ingress into the basement. It's coming like through the foundation or something.
Water?
And I
Now, when
wondered
you
if
say,
you-
hold on, is
Yes,
it
sir.
flowing or
Water.
seeping?
Rain. It must be seeping.
So is it, well, what I mean
When we
is,
have a big
where
rainstorm,
is it
we
a
get
flow
water
of
in the-
water? Is it a flow of water or just a damp, wet wall?
It's it's an accumulation on the floor that goes out the floor drain eventually.
And how much of an accumulation?
Oh, 1 inch or possibly a little more.
And where does it look like it's coming from? Does it come from between the floor and the wall?
Yeah, yes, I think so. I wish I knew, but I think you're right.
Well, can you see it? For example, if you're in the basement and there's a concrete wall, and then it goes up to the floor in the kitchen or bathroom or whatever's above, you would see it running down the wall onto the floor if it's coming from what's called the sill plate. That's where the wood meets the concrete. Or it could be coming through the wall itself, which would be a seepage. You'd see a wet wall. If you don't see a wet wall, it's got to be coming from the junction of the concrete wall and the concrete floor.
Yes. Do you have people on your referral list that can take care of these kind of problems?
Well, first you got to take care of the water. You got to get rid of the water. Did you do that yet?
Yeah. Yes, we have the fans. We vacuumed up the water and we have the fans running to dry it out.
Okay. Do you see after vacuuming it up where it's coming from?
No, because it's a finished basement.
Oh my goodness. Okay. This is something. It's not sewage water, right?
No.
It's probably, and I happened to talk to Rock today on a different one we had, Tom. Almost everyone he's been going out to in the last, whatever it's been, a week since it's been nonstop rain, is the sump pump is overwhelmed, and it's coming up through that well or whatever the sump pump sits in. And that is, he said 10 out of 10 so far have been that way. One of the ones I had this morning was coming in through a window, which is a whole different case. But just so people know, if it comes up through your sump pump, and your sump pump or that well is actually in your basement or in the house, it is generally covered by your insurance. If it comes in through a window well, you're screwed.
Because it's considered flooding.
Mark, I didn't even know we had sump pumps in Colorado. Is
Well,
this a new thing? Or?
no,
Oh my
sump
God.
pumps have been around
I
for
think every
years.
house I've lived in has had one.
Now, you may or may,
I've never seen one.
your mom may or may not have one. How old is
she
her
doesn't.
house?
Built in 65, I think, Tom.
There's a chance there's a sump pit with a pump, but it maybe
no, we've
not.
never found a sump. We've never found a sump pump.
Okay.
Well, American Restoration can figure out where the water's coming in, but here's the biggest problem. If it's coming in from outside, there's no coverage.
That's what I need to know.
Remember, if the water comes in from outside, no coverage.
Yeah, you can check and see if I happen to have flood insurance, but it's something that I just decided to buy, and it's very cheap, and it's literally real flood insurance through Safeco or whomever it is.
Oh, I was going to say, I thought only the federal government sold flood.
No. Now listen.
No.
Now here's how that works. If you're in a floodplain, you would not be able to afford insurance because it's so expensive because you're in a floodplain. So what the federal government does is subsidizes your policy so you can afford it. It's still pretty expensive. It could be like $600 a year or more. Now, if you're not in a floodplain like Mark and you just want to have flood insurance in case if something happens where water flows in, it's way cheaper because it's not in a floodplain. Like Mark, I'll venture to say it's about $60 a year.
You know, it might be. I'm not exactly sure, but it's definitely less than 100. And honestly, I got it for exactly this kind of reason. Now, I didn't have any issues. But,
Right.
you know, when it rains for 5 days, if water was to come up, I'd be covered.
That's a good point. 303-713. Yes, sir.
Still got the same question. Do you have people on your referral list that can repair foundations?
Yes, we do, I believe. Yes, if you look under foundation repair, I believe we do, or we did. But here's the thing. First, you got to find out if it needs to be repaired. Sometimes nothing needs to be done except in the area. It might be the way the dirt is sloped outside. It might be that you need a French drain, or you had a French drain that failed, or it might be a sump pump, even though you don't know and you don't see it. Sometimes people have sump pumps. So really you need someone to detect where it's coming from. And are you sure, Mark, that Rock can pretty much help you figure out where it came from?
Yeah, Rock could. Well, my understanding is that he can, yes.
Because he was on one job. He was on one job. I referred to him. And I'm not saying he did a great job. I'm not saying anything about the job. But when I asked him where it came from, because there was a controversy as to where it came from, he wasn't sure.
Oh, I didn't know about that one. But in general, I think he can tell. And if he can't tell, I'm sure he could bring someone in. Because why would he go out there and start work if they don't even know where the water's coming from? What about a good plumber?
Could they tell? I mean, or an engineer or a home inspector. I mean, there might be alternatives. If anyone knows, this is a really good topic, and I'll tell you why it is. It's come up over and over and over about leak detection. So there might even be a company called Leak Detection, for God's sakes. I want to find leak detection services, and I want to know, okay, and we have it here. American Leak, let's see, where is that? We have people that claim they can find water leak detection. There's one, I don't know how good they are. I'm just looking this up. American Leak Protection is a world leader in accurate, non-invasive leak detection. We ought to look into that. Anyone else, if you've ever had a leak detector to find out where water's coming from, let us know. 303-713-8255.
This is Steve Powers here with Polestar Denver. Let's bust some myths about electric cars. You may have heard that road trips are tough in an EV, but with Google integrated technology, Polestar has you covered. We'll do the work. Tell Google where you want to go, and it will meticulously plan your trip, including charging stops. Yeah, the car plans it for you. Inventory is available for delivery today. Polestar Denver, powered by Excel Energy, a McDonald family dealership. Visit us at 257 Fillmore Street in the heart of Cherry Creek North.
David Ellis Jewelry will buy your jewelry. Vintage, used, working watches, good stuff. Give you a fair price, just any used jewelry. He'll also buy junk. He'll weigh it and pay it if it has precious metals. And that includes any junk, tangled messes, mismatched earrings, broken watches, doesn't care. So, whatever you're doing, don't go to social media and meet someone in a parking lot or a street. You got to go to a name we've known and trusted for years, DavidEllisJewelry.com, 3rd and Clayton in Cherry Creek, 303-322-8779, 322-8779. The best water heater deals anywhere, EuroPlumbingColorado.net. One guy said, Tom, I called Euro Plumbing. I didn't want a 40 or 50 gallon. I wanted a 250-gallon tank. I wanted it. And then I got a great price, and that's right, EuroPlumbingColorado.net. He'll do it for starting at $11.99 for a 40-gallon. That's with new supply lines for water and gas. He'll also do it for $13.99 for a 50-gallon. That's tear out and haul away of the old one, and that's a brand new one. And he'll guarantee the lowest price on any water heater. EuroPlumbingColorado.net, 303-668-6844, 668-6844.
I'm Mark.
I'll be right back.
Where are you going?
He's had to go wee-wee.
Who was, hold on here. Yeah. I wonder if he left the mic on for Brendan. Hey, Brendan, can you talk?
I think so.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're there, man. So how's the blind business?
It's going good. We're pretty steady.
I like that.
Yeah. It's been good.
I was telling someone about you. Who was I talking to? Oh, a flooring guy, Simply Floors. We're going to start advertising for them again here soon, but...
Yeah, I've heard of them on here.
And I was telling them, well, it's kind of funny. You guys are kind of very similar, even though you sell blinds, he sells flooring. A lot of it is in-house sales. A lot of it is knowing different color schemes. It's so similar, it's kind of scary, man.
Yeah, I'd like to get a hold of him because we're actually just starting to do partnerships with flooring companies now.
That's really smart. I'll tell you another one that it's outside of the realm. But when you said a partnership, we've got Garage Kings that does those garage coatings. In fact, they've done my patio and my garage. But he's starting to add a line of cheap cabinets, so he can come in, do your garage, and hang cheap cabinets, so you got plenty of storage. And it's a perfect add-on. And I think flooring and blinds would be very cool.
Yeah, there's flooring companies tell me all the time they get people asking for window treatments, and oddly enough, furniture stores do as well, like American Furniture.
You should get with Buddy. He did something pretty cool. So he switched from the name brand stuff, and he's got a private line now, and you can save up to 40%, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to him because we're actually having our entire house refloored.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll put you guys in touch. In fact, email me at some point, and I'll do an introduction over email and kind of spell out, it could be a good partnership there.
Yeah.
I don't know how you
Where's
make
he
it
out of?
worth each other.
Where is he located?
Well, they've got 2 showrooms. They got one basically in the tech center. It's like a Arapahoe. Is that Arapahoe? No, it's basically like E470 and County Line, kind of right there. And then they've got another one that is in Arvada. But the majority of their business is, their sales to home, like you guys.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'd
they
love
bring
to.
samples. You would just have to come up with something. I don't know. It could be really good.
Yeah,
even if you
referral
just got
fees
the
or
lead
whatever.
from it, or vice
Right.
versa.
Yeah, like referral, commission or whatever.
But I like what he did. When we start advertising for him again, it's a very unique deal now. He's got
That's pretty
basically
cool.
a private line, and it's kind of cool.
Yeah, that is neat. Yeah, we had Garage Magic, actually, did my wife's garage last
Can't
summer.
stand them.
Yeah, then I heard they just they couldn't get employees or something, and they had some
They still owe some. I think
very
they still owe
interesting
some
guys
money.
show up to do our house.
Yeah, shady. You can say it.
Yeah. They
Well, don't
were.
say that to a guy that sells shades.
Yeah, that is kind of funny. I wonder how that came about.
The not so shady business.
Right.
Shannon, I got to say something. You are very quick, and it's actually impressive.
Yeah, it's really paying off for me. Here I sit. Being shit. God damn.
You ought to do stand-up.
Take it
No.
on the road.
He could do a podcast, but it would be him just commenting on shit. That's it.
Right.
2 other people talking with his interruptions. That would be the show, the Shannon Show.
It's like Mystery Science 3000.
Oh.
Mystery Science Theater 3000.
I
Great
was a
show.
Misty. I was a member of that deal. Oh my God, Joel and those guys were incredible.
Best show.
Now they'd sit for days and look at a film and write everything down.
Right.
Oh, here we go.
ahout.com.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. Interesting. People call in all the time wanting to trace leaks. And, Mark, we don't have a leak detection service at referralist.com of any kind, do we?
I don't know who would do just leak detection. How do they make money? I mean, where's their...
I don't know.
Where's the shtick?
Now, look, I'm not endorsing this company. I don't even know if they have a location here. It says find a location. Let's see.
Here's the deal, though. I've got this gun that it can tell me where water is coming in, walls and flooring anywhere. So, I mean, it's just an infrared gun I bought years ago.
Yeah, but does it really tell you? It does.
I forgot even why I bought it. I think I bought it for something in the RV. I had a leak in my first RV, and it found it.
There is a Firestone American Leak Detection of Northern Colorado. Anyway, there must be franchises. Anyway, leak detection.
Hey, I really want to talk about... Well, let's go to
Hold
that
on.
comment.
David,
asked.
go ahead. You have a comment on the plumbing leak? Go ahead, David.
Yes, sir, Tom. I've had something similar like this happen to me as well. It was coming through the basement wall and the concrete floor, and it turned out that it was a water main break in the street. So we had to get the water company out, and then they tested for chlorine, which if it travels any distance, it's going to lose the consistency of chlorine. but there was a weak reading of it. But anyway, they found, then we popped the meter lid and looked at the meter, and it was not spinning, so that ruled out any leaks in the home. But they found that the water main was broke in the street, and it was taking the least path of resistance, and it just aimed right for the basement.
Thank you, David. I appreciate that. Okay, so let's talk to Tom, who has a comment. Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, I hear everybody keep calling in regards to groundwater leaks with all this rain.
Right.
There's a company here local called Denver Foundation Solutions, and they do a great job. I mean, I happen to know the owner. I always told them to try to get on your referral list.
Yeah.
I don't know what that takes.
It doesn't.
But,
it doesn't take that much. I mean, you just got to be a good company.
Right.
It's the cheapest form of advertising there is.
Right, and I tell him sometimes he gives too much out on warranties if he ever had a warranty, but he does stand behind his work. But he is about 3 weeks booked out, and he does free inspections.
Wow. Unbelievable. Does he do French drains and stuff like that around foundations?
Yep, he does French drains. He does some pumps.
This is. What's the name of it? I want to put it down. What's the name?
Denver Foundation Solutions.
Wow, Mark, we ought to call him. I'm serious. This sounds.
Well, honestly, as busy because of all the rain that it's been, maybe we should get him on and just kind of quiz him on air, because I've had literally, 6 people email through referrallist.com going, hey, I've got water in my basement. Who do I call? How do I figure out what's going on?
Kachina, let's get that done. Let's get him on. Let's Denver Foundation Solutions. Thank you, Tom. Hold on, David. How about you? You got a comment on this? Go ahead, David. David, what's happening?
Yeah, not a whole lot, man. I've had something very similar happen to me as well on this situation.
And what did you do?
I called the water company. It turned out to be a water main break in the street, and it was finding the least path of resistance.
Oh, didn't you tell us this already? I'm sorry.
Yes, sir, I did.
I'm sorry. I thought that call was cleared. Never mind. I'm so sorry for taking it twice. Jeff, what's happening with you, Jeff? Jeff, what's going on?
Sir. Hey, how are you?
I'm doing great, man. What's going on with you?
Joe, doing good. You know what? I've been listening to your show for the past couple of months, and we have a scenario in Castle Rock that happened right when the pandemic happened. We had our whole basement flooded, which was finished. We spent probably $60,000 doing that. And the town of Castle Rock had repaved the roads, and they stated that the problem was that it was baby wipes, which it was not the case.
Oh, wait. Did they say wipes clogged your drain?
Yes, and that's why it was coming out of every orifice that you could think of, like 6 inches of
sludge.
Water throughout the whole. It was coming up through the bathroom.
Where did it end up? Well, he's got fresh water. He doesn't have sewage, but yours was sewage or drain water. And what?
Water, right? Yes.
What did it turn out to be?
It was black. They said it was the town of Castle Rock Water stated that they have government immunity, and it was up to who they contracted out to pave the roads, which they had put cement down the manholes, not baby wipes, which you could see.
Wait a minute. Who put cement? By mistake, they put cement down there, you're saying?
No, about their job and make it quicker when they were repaving our streets.
Okay, when they were repaving, what do you mean they put concrete down a manhole? What does that mean? I mean the leftovers or what?
I think they were just trying to skimp out on trying to, with the excess of whatever they had, and they poured them down the manholes, which we were at the bottom of the street, which it filled up.
So you're saying that's how they got rid of the leftovers or the slop? That's how they got
Yes.
when they cleaned out their trucks.
It looked like a soft serve ice cream.
Okay, did those people end up paying for the damages?
No, this has been 3 years in the making.
Well, it's
3
too
years
late.
in the making.
You might have passed your statute of limitations.
No, actually, we filed with our attorneys, but I just wanted to know. I mean, we filed everything with the county in Douglas County, right? But they are just dragging their feet. Insurance wouldn't pay for anything at all because it was from the outside.
Okay, listen, Jeff.
Okay.
Listen. You're suing the right people. You're suing the subcontractor. You can't sue the county.
No, they can't. They have government immunity.
I understand, but the subcontractor is not necessarily covered by that.
Correct.
So
correct. It is called construction, which they.
Well, at least you're in the right place, man. You're in the right place. If you're suing them, that's what you should be doing. 303-713-8255. I got to take this, and then we come back with that crazy tow truck story and more.
KHOW Denver, 630K.
Sorry, that was a little weird there on the phones.
The free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by our...
For the most part, I'm pretty quick on the phones. It torques me off when it takes them forever to respond.
I know.
5 northbound drivers, watch out through downtown. We're seeing stop-and-go traffic between Alameda Avenue and I-70 for ongoing road maintenance operations. At the moment, we're looking at 25 minutes of delayed driving through the downtown area. Over on the south end of town, Hampton eastbound at Lowell Boulevard, reports of an accident with stop-and-go back from Sheridan. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly cloudy skies out there today. Chance of strong storms later this afternoon, highs in the mid-60s, overnight low of 50 degrees. The current temperature in Denver is 65 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
For our observance of National Police Week, we'll have the story of a man who hated cops until he became one himself on Skid Row. Be sure to listen to this week's edition of Our American Stories on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
There's a lot of talk about creating stable income in retirement or getting the right insurance, having the right elements for your retirement, planning ahead. And one of the companies I recommend, they're sponsors of this show, and I am a client, Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. Let me explain something. They not only help you to plan for retirement, but they're helping me get my money in order and putting money into an IRA that should be in an IRA, self-directed IRAs. They help me look at annuities. They're helping me look at my insurance, long-term care, all of that. And what I love about them, they fill out paperwork, have you sign stuff, and do a lot of the stuff for you. They're the professionals I use, and you should too. Get a free analysis, a free meeting with them. They'll come to you as many times as it takes for you to feel comfortable. No obligation ever. rpcenter.com is the website. rpcenter.com. The number, 970-663-3211. 970-663-3211. Hey, Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, for buying and selling real estate. And when I say buying and selling, I mean he will get you the best price on each end because that's what he does. He's a negotiation expert. I've seen him work magic helping me sell real estate and then buy something else. I've made out on both ends. He does a great job. He knows what he's doing and will advocate for you. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622.
Thank you.
Out of language.
I know, but when he says I took a test and it turns out I have a certain moral flexibility.
No, moral ambiguity.
Or so, yeah.
And that is Adam to a T. I mean, it would not surprise me if one day, after 22 years of marriage, he just, said, so I've been contract killing for 20 years of our marriage, and it would just not surprise me.
Shut up.
We're just reading General Mad Dog Mattis's best quotes, and the best one is, be polite, be professional, but always have a plan to kill everyone you meet. That is one of the best.
Did he really say that?
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
at some Senate subcommittee hearing, he also said, "Well, sir, some assholes just need to be shot."
Are you shitting me?
No. Great.
I love the man.
Oh yeah.
Hey, what county? Oh, it was Weld County, wasn't it?
It's down south.
Wasn't it Weld County?
Where?
Yes.
The tow truck dude.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, I think that's actually north.
Well,
Don't
okay,
listen
what
to me.
county? Was it Jefferson? Someone help me here. You
I think
bastards.
he said he was like by Greeley.
How come I'm expected to do everything? The research, the talking,
No, I
the
think he
commercials
said-
on time,
I think
the
he said
answering
it
of
was
the
in-
phones,
it was in
everything.
Greeley.
The making saleswomen cry before noon.
And I making saleswomen cry.
Who's that?
You know, pulling the skirt up on bad shit.
Oh, like the guy I see right now in a swimsuit for an Adidas ad.
Oh God.
Women's swimwear. There's the guy.
No, you're kidding.
No, not at
Well,
all.
you heard about the Sports Illustrated model that's like on the trans.
No.
The potato goes in the front. Remember that joke? Oh man, crazy world. Shopping with my daughter at a used clothing store in Fort Collins a couple of months ago, and there was a fella, or a guy, a woman, deal behind the counter, and so ridiculously attractive, I hated myself.
Had to look.
Oh my God, so hot! I said to my daughter on the way out, I mean, does it? She thinks I'm just a troglodyte, just an evil human being, hate everyone. I was like, does it not count for anything that I thought the guy in the dress was attractive? Dad, you're doing it wrong.
Thank you, Savvy. I love how our YouTube listeners know more than the entire staff.
I just told you it was Greeley.
We're here to get you guys Coke Zeros and crap, not to know everything.
Know anything.
Oh.
Hey, and Kelly?
Yes.
I'm going to pick on you for a minute.
There we go.
Make sure after a call's done to erase it so we don't go back to it.
No, Tom erases it while we're talking to them.
Sometimes I do. Sometimes I try to, but I don't always.
Talk Station 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Brendan Killian's with us, Made in the Shade. Brendan, do you have any window coverings that are controlled by apps on the phone? And can I do it when I'm not home? Absolutely. Hold on. Tell me about them specifically. So if I'm here, or if I'm at work,
right,
I can control my window coverings at home.
Absolutely. You could be across the country and do it
So you
on
just
an
get,
app on
it's
your
just
phone.
Wi-Fi, right?
Yep. You just need a hub for your home, and that's it. You can do it on an app on your telephone.
And
you can preset them or do them
You
live.
can do them all down or all up or one down and one up. You can pre-program different modes.
Yep. Pre-program
No,
them as the sun rises and sets
Are
in
you
your
kidding?
house
That's
before
cool.
you get home. Yeah.
Now, okay, have you guys ever done window tinting at all? Do you believe in that?
I do believe in it. We have not done that.
Yeah.
It's
I hear
we've
about
thought
it.
about it, but haven't. We've been busy with regular
Now,
coverings.
outdoor shutters, do you do those?
Outdoor roller shades, yep.
But
We do, and we can
they're
do the
pretty
shutters
heavy
as
duty.
well.
Now, aren't
Yes.
they cool if somebody lives near a golf course?
Absolutely. It'll take a hit from a golf ball, no question. But also for that sun that just beats down on you. And yeah, it's great UV protection.
Again,
and it
obviously,
will protect your patio and your house
obviously
from a golf
remote
ball.
controlled.
Yep, yep.
Now those aren't battery. You wire those, right?
Those are hardwired. You can battery, but it's a big motor. It drains it fairly quickly. So we just hardwire them, and you don't see the wires.
How do you retrofit it? You go through the walls or how do you, like, if you have to wire them?
Yeah, we could usually just have an electrician, or we can do it. Bring a box out and somewhere discreet on top of, like, the pergola
No,
or
I
whatever.
understand, yeah.
You don't see the box or the cable or anything. We can hide them pretty well.
And do you do wood shutters for inside the house?
Absolutely.
You do,
Yeah,
because
a
I have
ton.
some here. You do these.
A ton. Yep. Yeah, plantation shutters.
Yeah,
and-
that's exactly what
Yep.
I have.
Yeah,
Okay,
we
now
do.
are they
And
wood or are they composite?
Mine look awesome, Tom.
What's that?
I said, mine look awesome.
You have some plantation shutters?
Oh, yeah, they did a great job on the shutters.
Good. But Deputy Doc insists to keep them all open when he's working out in the morning for his neighbors. I don't know why, but...
Hey, it's personal preference.
Okay. Hey, Bob. What's going on, Bob?
Hey, buddy.
Bob is with
I'm Matt.
LEM
Hey.
Landscaping. You have a comment on leaky basements. What's happening?
Well, here's what I can tell you, Tom. I probably do 50 of these a year. One of the biggest things I see, which I know you'll agree with...
What do you mean,
is
50 of what a year? I don't understand first. 50 of what?
repairs on the foundation, outside the foundation, because their grading's wrong. So the water sits there, and that's one of the biggest culprits.
Wow.
And I will go out and for free and look at their perimeter of their house for them to tell them if it has anything to do with that. A lot of these houses, their grades are too flat. The water sits there, and what's it do? It runs right down the foundation, and if it's a heavy rain like this, it'll soak in through the bottom of the floor.
Okay, and do you ever detect where it's coming from?
Well, a lot of times you can tell just by where, for example, around window wells, you'll see sinkholes. That water gets in next to there. You're supposed to have a 2% per foot slope away from your foundation, and if you don't have that, that water sits there, and you can go in the basement a lot of times, and they'll show you where the water is. If you go outside, 90% of the time it's right where the grading is too flat, so the water can't drain away from the house.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it, and we know that you know what you're talking about. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I know I've been promising this update that Mark called the competing tow company, and I promise you we will get to it, but I got to take breaks, and when phone calls come in, they take priority. Our number is 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, waterpros.net for the best water systems at the lowest prices. Drinking water I have at my sink, never buy bottled water, and it was under $1,000 fully installed, paulthewaterman.com.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Major slowdowns north of the Denver Metro through the Broomfield area. I-25 southbound just before Highway 7, 168th Avenue. We've got a crash in the left lane with stopped-up traffic back from Fort Lupton. About 30 minutes of delayed driving for folks heading south towards the Denver Metro. Closer to downtown Denver, I-25 northbound, we're still seeing stop-and-go traffic between Alameda and Colfax through road maintenance operations. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, strong storms later today, highs in the mid-60s, overnight low of 50 degrees. Tomorrow, more showers with a high of 64. The current temperature in Denver is 65 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
We'll have the story of the time the Man in Steel, Superman, battled the Ku Klux Klan. Be sure to listen to this week's edition of Our American Stories on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, you know, May is famous for all kinds of celebrations. Mother's Day, of course, we had Cinco de Mayo, Memorial Day coming up. And here's the deal. K&H is celebrating with 30% off beautiful Softlighter Provia windows and elegant Provia entry doors, plus Diamond Coat and James Hardy siding, maintenance-free siding, 30% off all of those, and 15% off roofing. And I know that a lot of you have had hail damage. KHWindows.com. That's KHWindows.com, 303-421-7100. Hey, if you're looking to fix up the kitchen and you want countertops, you can even get cabinets at theartofgranite.com. Now, here's what I love about The Art of Granite. You can call right now and get your price. Plus, they do wholesale on all countertop materials, and they tear out and haul away free, do the bathroom free when you do the kitchen. I mean, yeah, when you have the kitchen, the bathroom's free. And by the way, you can call right now and get a price because he's proud of the deals. That's right. Just give him an idea of your job, and he'll give you a pretty good price for granite, any stone or any natural stone, any engineered stone, any surface. 303-386-5919, 386-5919.
Thank you. Glock block before they.
How much time do I have?
4 minutes.
I want to get coffee. I went up to get it, and I didn't.
Hey, Kelly, do you know how to run a background check?
You're not talking about doing one on me, are you?
I don't have the date of birth.
Well,
No, but
what
you
do
know
mean?
how to do it.
Do you know how to do one or not? I mean, that's not the question.
I've done one in the past, yes.
So you know how to log in and do one?
Ooh,
Okay, that's a no.
yeah, I've only
I'll
done
get it
like
figured out.
one, and I haven't done many. Suzanne would probably have to review it with me.
Yep.
I'm trying to find the guy's last name, though.
I got it. I got his legal name.
Okay.
Once again, I had to do it.
Yes.
Wow.
We suck.
Well, no, it's not that we suck. It's just, who between the two sides of the glass, who do you think's going to be better at the job? Big House and Parker, jerk.
It's Frank.
Parker.
Whatever. You know what I'm saying.
Who's in Parker?
Oh my God. Oh.
What are you talking about?
Just that. Here's my argument. Like across the hall, when they're saying,
Oh, wait a
you
minute. Here's
screwed
the
something up.
tow truck people again. This is Mark.
Oh, this ought to be good.
Hey. Yeah, I got you, Richard.
Tow truck people.
Tow truck people.
Or Robert, yeah.
I do have the phone number. That would really be unfortunate if I didn't have the phone number. But he's not answering anyway. So.
Just that when they start, why did you screw up that brake? I'm kind of an idiot. Do you not realize this yet? Yeah, helicopter.
What's
that? Oh, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. I was on the phone.
I know. Oh, I know. I'm just saying that, people with the Teslas bitching about the morons over here that can't do the job. No shit. Which side of the glass do you think is better at this? For a reason.
Definitely this side.
And
what glass are you talking about?
The glass in the window here that separates us from.
We're not. Do you not know we're remote? Tom, can you believe Shannon doesn't even know we're remote?
Hey, listen. Saleswoman came in here today and thought that you were Doc.
Yeah, and I'm giving her some shit about that later.
Hey, at least I really.
I'm going to light up her afternoon on that one.
At least very quickly, I said, yeah, maybe in 40 years. Poor Doc.
I got this dude's birth date. I got everything on him.
Whoa.
By the way, did I mention I had to do all this?
Yes, you did.
And do commercials, and talk, and answer the phone, and call up experts.
Going back so here's the other thing, is the ambition that goes with the two different jobs. You want to succeed at this. I want to sort of stay alive.
You're questionable is what you're saying?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
Well, you should do more and try to. I've been sitting here for 30 years, dumbass. What do you think?
I think we're the only show that has gone through board ops like we have. Is that true?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
You are almost.
But wait, it's not our fault, though, Mark.
Yeah,
I know it's not. They just I don't know.
Yeah, it's such a friendly environment here that it's amazing more people don't stick around.
Oh, come on, man. I'm the
Hey,
milk.
go get Liz so I can yell at her.
I'm the milk of human kindness.
Oh.
That's what we've always said.
I am.
Since I started, we've had 12 between capless and.
Well, yeah, but it's not like my fault, so stop it.
Oh, I'm not faulting it. I'm just saying it's truth that I've worked with 12 different board operators.
There's a plumbing.
There's not another show doing it.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay, now we are going to do this update, damn it. We are going to do the update. Let me just lay it out, okay? I want to lay it out. And I'm going to lay it out,
baby.
Okay. And I'm going to lay it out this way because I love it. Okay, here's what's going on. First and foremost, the guy said he and his wife started a tow company, and the competition turned him in for stealing cars, so they were brought up on charges for 3 car thefts for 3 cars they towed, but he said he had proof that he called dispatch and told them he was towing, and he called where he was supposed to, but still they took his cars. Then the landlord said, get all those cars off the property, because he was renting a lot there. He says he was in the process of moving, and this competing tow company came, took 6 of his personal cars, 3 of the stolen cars, alleged stolen cars, and his tow truck, and towed them all off the property. Now the guy says he faces charges for car theft. He faces charges for resisting arrest, endangering a child, blah, 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 blah. And nothing is his fault. He's being victimized by the police and by the competing tow company. So, Mark, what did you do?
Well, I hate to do this to people, but we are so up on a break. I'm going to say
no, we're not. No, we're not, Mark. We
break.
got enough time. Go ahead. We had 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, man. Well, I mean, the story
Go
is
ahead.
pretty crazy. So this is according to the owner of Busy Bee Towing, who is the bad guy, according to the caller in this, okay? So it all started when they were going to a place where Busy Bee was actually hired to tow, like an apartment complex or an office building. They were going and actually lifting up cars and charging a drop fee, which is not legal in Colorado, according to Robert, the owner of Busy Bee. So he would get calls from the landlord or from the apartment management or the HOA, whomever, saying, hey, there's this other tow company doing this stuff. One lady actually videotaped them picking up a card where they weren't supposed to, and they had proof, so they called the police. So that's how the Greeley police apparently or allegedly got involved. When they went over to talk to our callers, the Greeley police asked, where is your tow yard? And they didn't know where their tow yard was. They forgot where their tow yard was. And what their tow yard actually consisted of is a friend's half-acre somewhere out in Elbert or Weld County or somewhere. So it was just a friend's field. They have no PUC number. Once again, allegedly they don't have any PUC number, according to Robert in his research. So then it gets interesting. The Greeley police show up at this tow yard, which is just a field somewhere owned by somebody else, and they confiscate. They basically raid and take 3 of the cars, and they impound them at their own lot, whoever they use. Had a towing company come and grab them, so that has nothing to do with Busy Bee Towing. Then the owner of that half-acre starts getting nervous, going, oh, my God, I had stolen vehicles on. And, you know, once again, this is allegedly. So they call up B&B and say, hey, we want the rest of these vehicles that the cops didn't take out of here. So he signed all the proper forms, and they went over, Busy Bee did, and picked them up, and they have them in their yard. At this point, they cannot pick them up because they don't have any proof of anything. They don't have any keys to the vehicle. They only own 1 vehicle, and that happens to be an Equinox. The tow truck is not even in their name, allegedly. So that's basically the deal. They can't pick any of them up because they have no registration, they have no title. Now back to the criminal charges that they assured us were going to get dropped today. It does not appear as if they've been dropped because they're all on the, allegedly on the Weld County. I'm pulling a background check on them as we speak, and I'm going to figure out exactly what's still going on criminally. I mean, and that, my friends, is the rest of the story.
So, these people, man, they just went about everything the wrong way.
Well, it looks like they never had an impound lot. It was a friend's field. It looks like they weren't supposed to be towing anything,
right,
and they were
more.
doing a shakedown.
More coming up.
Okay, I'm supposed to be a guest today? I'm sorry. I'm looking at the log right now, and I don't have you at 12:15.
I'm doing more testing of my sound. I'm sorry.
Top of the hour, so there are no live spots. No, we've just been, well, we did have a live for you this morning at 10:15, so we got that.
I hope I
and then
never have to do this again.
I
This is
don't
the
have, I don't
For some
have
reason, it took an
you
update and then wiped out the
on
path.
the schedule.
Because that's nothing more than a triggering mechanism.
Okay.
Right? So
Do you have those memorized? Which
All right,
ones,
that
like
sounds good.
which?
All right, thanks. Bye. All right, I'm
Oh,
the caller.
gotcha.
But I put them in alphabetical order.
Ah.
So when I'm looking for stuff,
a little easier.
Yeah, so, and I have them all.
Oh, the gun part was interesting, too.
So all
Apparently,
this one
he's
is
a
doing
felon,
is
and he
just-
can't be
so
in
I'm telling
possession
which
of a
trigger
gun.
to play, which file. That's
Is this
all.
Richard and Ashley?
Yep.
And it also
Yes,
loads my
did
software.
they call?
Yes,
show.
but
I called
I'll
them.
figure
So when
that
I
out
come in
soon.
the morning, I go bing, 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 bing. All my software for the show's loaded.
But Dragon, you were
My
completely
other stuff's
wrong. You
loaded,
thought
and
they
then
were
I get
an
to
honest-to-God
play with-
towing company.
And I have sounds that are really cool when I need them. I try not to overdo them.
I can't wait.
Oh, they just hung up. Okay, we're hang up. All right, top of the hour. I'm just gonna go refresh my water.
Water!
What?
It's
What?
it's quite nuts.
Nobody's talking to you.
Hey, your blind guy's in studio.
Doc?
This is all.
No, your blind guy, the shady guy.
He is so funny. You know what?
The blind guy, the shady guy.
That it
Oh,
seems.
shifty eyes.
You don't know who I'm talking
I
about, do
know
you?
exactly who the hell you're talking about.
Who? Go ahead. Who?
Brendan!
Oh.
Hey there.
Come on!
I don't know anybody that shady.
Your blind guy.
Then what's his face is supposed to be out today. Can't
Yeah, they're going today to put that
Yeah,
frame
Mike.
piece in.
Yes.
You should be finished.
We need more, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah. My wife saw how they turned out, and she's like, I need more.
Does she like? So she likes them. She's happy.
Absolutely loves them.
Oh, good.
Damn near brought to tears.
Oh, that's excellent. That's what
I
we're. That's
wish I
our
were
aim.
Joking. I wish I were joking, but damn near brought to tears.
That's fantastic.
What did she love?
Those shades, the shutters. We did motorized shutters at Dragon's
Yep.
house.
That's because he's rich.
They're
Yeah.
really cool.
I wish I could afford those. Bastards. That's just the way it is. I make everybody rich around me.
Well, come back here and start pushing some buttons and see what kind of salary you'll make. All you do is talk.
Yeah, I know. Damn it.
You can't even hit a proper break on time.
Hey! Write that
Man,
down.
finally, someone.
Write that down, somebody. God,
Finally. Hey, you missed it, Dragon. So first hour, we had a commercial break go 4 minutes, and it was supposed to be 2.
Yowzers.
I just programmed you, you bastard. Why would that be wrong? Come on, right here. This to this. Hold on. To this. Somebody better be writing this shit down for me.
Oh, we all are.
Yeah, Doc is.
Remember, you're not in a mental institution talking to, your nurses
isn't
thinking
this
you're
working?
doing a talk show.
Okay, I do that. I'm going here. Ding dong. Here. 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 Ding dong. Okay, ding dong. Oh, it's assigned here. I did this one by mistake. Okay, shit. I am getting old. God damn it. I am getting old.
Stealing guns.
That son of a bitch. Now ding dong. Now ding dong.
Really?
No way.
Hey.
What?
Just a stupid news story. There was a most stolen guns are used to commit a crime.
No, really?
No
Jeez,
shit.
I would.
See, exactly. Our reaction.
Exactly.
FX. What's FX?
I can't wait to get this guy's background check.
Oh my God, I bet it's.
He
going
said
to be
the cop
very
said he's a
interesting.
2-time felon, and that's why the gun came into play.
He's probably
and the
on
reason
meth.
the cop threw him in the mud
He's
is
probably
he
a
wasn't
meth.
listening.
Oh, I'm excited for this.
Oh my God, it's going to be so good.
Tom was really feeling bad for him, though, if I recall.
Yes.
He was like, how are we going to help these
I always
people?
feel bad for you.
Qualification, Tom did so. If true, this is an awful, awful story. If true.
That's what I
well,
said.
he wanted to help.
Right.
I was thinking the only way he could help him is to, help him grab cars. Do you own a chop shop on the side, Martino?
Hey, I just wanted to help him.
I wonder who actually owns that helicopter of yours. Probably
what does that
traces
mean?
back to a Trump. You think anybody's ever had the balls just to sneak onto an airport and steal someone's Cessna?
Oh, yeah, Mark. Honest to God, we get notices all the time about stolen planes.
Really? That's crazy.
No shit. No. Seriously, it's a big deal.
Haven't you seen Con Air?
Not many.
Yeah, it's based on a true story.
Not many stolen helicopters.
You're fantastic.
How about snakes on a plane?
There's 600.
Wasn't that Wesley Snipes?
One, right?
You know what? There's
come on.
600,000 pilots in America, and you know how many helicopter pilots?
2.
16,000. Think about that minority.
It's crazy.
All right, we got 15 seconds, guys.
I know it's crazy.
Are you kidding me? 5 King Supers employees fired for stopping a robber with a box cutter? Hey, we're going to band together, do everything we can to get their jobs back. Let's talk about how to win this. Join me at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome to the show. This is Tom. Water Pros is the company I use for my water system. You can get a whole house system for under $2,000, fully installed, fully softened water for your skin, for your bath, for your laundry, and it's under $2,000. They have the lowest prices, but the best quality. I'm serious. That's what they have. PaulTheWaterman.net PaulTheWaterman.com or waterpros.net. 303-862-5554 for the best systems. 862-5554, and you won't pay less anywhere else. Now listen, let's talk about the real deal. Let's talk about starting a business. Okay, we talked about these guys that tried to start a tow company, and who knows what the hell's going on with them. But in general, we get a lot of calls about small business, and I say don't put money down, and I say don't trust them, and I say get everything in writing, blah, 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 blah. So since I have Brendan Killian with me, he's Made in the Shade. This guy is an entrepreneur because before Made in the Shade, he had some franchises, and before that, he had business. And Brendan, did you ever just work for anybody flat out? Did you? No.
No, not really.
No. So what was your first venture? Your very first? Out of college or out of high school, whatever.
We did like property development and flip homes and construction.
Why did you decide you just want to do stuff on your own?
My dad, he was definitely an entrepreneur from
day one. Mark, did you ever work for anyone?
I worked for my father. We lasted about, I want to say 6 months together when I was
But technically you ran
old.
I mean, that's not like a real job where you had to answer to somebody, right?
Well, I mean, I was an assistant manager.
But didn't you start out, weren't you really young doing your own grocery store?
Oh, yeah. So Suzanne and I bought our first business. I was 19, she was 16.
Think
and it
about
was,
that.
A cake route in Oklahoma. And really, besides that, 6 months with my dad, I never worked for anybody.
Okay. Now, the point is this. I was thinking the other day, when I do this show, I take complaints a lot. And then I talk about business. But really, a lot of business people listen to this show. And we've said this before, but never really pursued it. We want to help business. Because when you help business, you help consumers. Good business equals great luck and great fortune for consumers. It really does. Because people get ripped off by bad businesses, not by good businesses. Or by businesses who don't know how to run themselves. So here's what I want to talk about. And, of course, callers always take priority. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. If you had to say the number one reason businesses fail. I don't think there is one reason, but I think there are common reasons. Let's say a group of reasons. I'm going to give you one. Mark, you give me one. And you give me one, Brendan. I think one of the things they never consider, ever, is the cost of marketing. People assume business, but they don't think of marketing necessarily. Now, I'm talking about small business. Big businesses, they've learned it. They don't understand that you have to prime the pump, promote the brand, the company, and forget about doing marketing the right way. They do no marketing, or they don't know how, or they think they can get by word of mouth or just social postings. So marketing, to me, is one of the biggest pitfalls for business. Now, here's what's strange about that. It goes two ways. They either marketed not at all, ineffectively, or too much. What does that mean? Years ago, there was a company called, I believe, Stardust Carpeting. I'm probably one of the only people who remember. See, I've been doing this for more than 40 years. Stardust. And then there was a company called American Furniture. And both of them approached their businesses the same exact way. Jake Jabs mortgaged his house and took every dime he had to do nothing but commercials. And he said, I want to give my commercials a flair, so he started with animals. Jake Jabs was successful because he was geared for it, and he'll tell us why. Tony Alberti, I believe his name was, Stardust Carpeting, did the marketing too. Mortgaged his house or borrowed money, whatever, had a ton of money, and fell flat on his face. Why? He wasn't ready for the demand and could not scale up. So many businesses do great when they're small or medium, but they hit a point where they can't scale and they fail. Remember, when you can't scale, you fail. And they think because they can do stuff for 4 or 5 people, they can do stuff for 400, and they can't. They never even give it a thought. They don't think about scaling. When do I buy my next van? When do I add another person? When do I scale, and how do I scale? Scaling is important. Marketing can get you results that can make you fail or succeed, as with Stardust, which failed, and Jake Jabs, who succeeded. It's just, or no marketing. You can do word of mouth, but you're never going to make it, ever. You're going to always be small. So here's the deal. Marketing. You pick one, Mark. One of the biggest mistakes. Pick one.
Biggest mistakes?
One of them, yeah.
Knowing the difference between profit and cash flow. I think that is probably the number one killer
management
of,
of cash flow.
Business.
He is absolutely, positively correct.
You can make all the profit in the world and go broke fast.
Or you mean all the money in the world and go broke. Here's the deal.
You can make all the... Yes, correct.
Okay, now, here's what he means. People make money, and they see money, but they don't see cost of sale. They don't see marketing. They don't see expenses. They see what Mark calls, what they call profit, incorrectly. Just because you have cash flow doesn't mean you have profit. They don't even know how to price a job. Think about that.
To give a real basic idea, one of my stores did a ton of national accounts. So we would have state of Colorado, we would have the city of Denver, we would have national accounts, GSA, which are government accounts like FBI and stuff. A lot of these, and Denver was probably the worst. Denver would pay in 90 days. So I'd be buying parts, tires, and fixing cars and making a lot of money on paper, but I wouldn't get paid for 90 days. And that can be a big issue if you don't have the cash flow. In fact, if you don't eventually get paid, you can go out of business.
Of course. And people don't know what their basis is in a job. See,
Does that go along with lack of cash flow, which is, I was going to say, is the biggest detriment? It's kind of the same thing, isn't it?
What is that?
Lack of cash flow.
Well, yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about.
Right.
Lack of cash flow, yes, but the management of cash flow.
Right.
This is a problem,
also the
people.
Lack of capital.
If you're starting your business, it is important to know what money you can spend and what money you can't, or what to do when you don't have an even flow of capital. Like Mark said, sometimes you had to wait to get paid. People don't expect wait to get paid. In the beginning, there would be nothing wrong with getting payment as the job progresses, as the job closes. Okay, so Mark, that's great. Cash flow or profit versus cash flow, profit versus cost. That's a great observation. Okay, now your turn, Brendan. Give me one common flaw.
I would say, in my experience, no question, it's absentee ownership.
In a business that's just starting out?
Meaning, well, not just starting out, even running a successful one, they start to fail when the owner just relies on employees. The employees see the owner not around caring as much. No one's going to care as much as you do. And just kind of taking a hands-off approach and reaping the rewards, it eventually will start going downhill, in my opinion.
I totally agree. Okay, now, I think another thing, and I've said this before, in business, you're all in the same business. Everyone is in the same business, but then you have different trades and services. But everyone is in the same business. You're not in the roofing business. You're not in the gutter business. You're not in the plumbing business. You're not in the window covering business. You're in the business of creating leads and closing sales. Every business in the world is in that business. But too many people confuse their trade with their business. You get a great plumber, and he's thinking, I want to go into business. Great plumbers don't make great business. Great dentists don't make great business. Great window covering people don't make great window covering. In fact, most window covering people who own the business don't have a clue about the window business until they get into it, the window coverings, and they need craftsmen to do the work. Craftsmen and tradesmen do the work. If you're a great plumber, you might be a great business person, but not always. So you have to distinguish between your trade, your product, your service with the business. One guy told me one time, and I thought he was great. He was great. He says, you know, Tom, I'm not in the gutter protection business. Gutter helmet. It was Carl Scheib. He's a smart guy, man. He says, I knew nothing about gutter helmet. I'm in the sales, the accumulation of leads, the closing of sales, getting to consumers. And then I have people who know what they're doing to do the trade. And he was so right. Okay, Mark, do you think that's a big problem? Don't we hear that all the time? We have guys that want to be the best plumbers or furnace people, or, you know, they want to do it. Do you recall that, Mark? Trade versus business?
Went away.
Oh, he went away. So,
He's
Brendan,
gone for a while.
Brendan, do you find that to be absolutely true?
Yes, absolutely. And I think whatever business in you, and as you were inferring earlier, everyone is in the customer service business, no matter what you're selling or doing. I think it's hugely important to have phenomenal customer service.
And I would like people to weigh in on this. If you have thoughts on starting a business. So, marketing, cash flow, and business versus trade, service, or product. Even the greatest.
What about lack of capital, Tom?
Yeah, well, that goes right along with cash flow. That goes right along in that category. And capital is a big thing. But there's another one. And that's people can't distinguish between profit and wages. Some people buy themselves a job, and they don't even understand that they're working 60 to 90 hours, that if they put in a business, if they were an employee, make more money than owning a business. Some people don't even realize that they're working stupid. It's just called working stupid. You have a business, you pour your blood, sweat, and tears into it, and you don't account for your time. So that profit really isn't profit. That profit is a poor salary. More coming up. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I'd like your thoughts on this, and I'd like to tell you about Frank Duran, the real estate man. Right now, call him for a free valuation of your home, 303-920-1622. He'll tell you what he can sell it for based on his results, not gimmicks, and 30 years of experience in this market with your neighborhood, your house, supply and demand, and all of the factors. 303-920-1622.
Excel is Denver's most trusted roofer. No pressure, no cancellation fees. You don't pay a cent until you're content. 303-761-6400. If your home was in the hail...
10 seconds, Tom. You're up next.
First, we'll let you know if you have damage and if you should file a claim. 303-761-6400. ExcelRoofing.com.
We're on top of it.
All right. The Raleigh House is a really special topic for me. They deal in addiction treatment, mental illness, substance abuse, alcoholism. And the Raleigh House, what I love about them is they will answer any questions you have. They're not going to pressure you into anything. They work with insurance companies if you have health insurance. Alcoholism and substance abuse can cause trauma, anxiety, and depression. But depression, anxiety, trauma can also lead to alcoholism and substance abuse. What came first? The Raleigh House can answer questions and help you. Mental issues, mental health issues, of course, addiction issues, personalized approach to treatment. I love the ranch. They offer equine therapy, clinical and medical services. There are lodge-like accommodations to focus on long-term recovery. They've been serving Colorado since 2008. 720-891-4657. 720-891-4657, theRaleighHouse.com. All right, The Art of Granite will give you a price right now. The Art of Granite. Man, you want to talk about a great business? Mitch Floria started a great business, and he does both the business and the trade in an excellent way. Whether you want stone countertops or man-made countertops, he can do them all. He'll give you a price right now. Tear out and hallways free. The bathroom's free when you have the kitchen done. And prices on the phone, 303-386-5919, 386-5919.
I'm here with...
Who the hell is this? This, I never saw a number like this for a... Okay, who am I texting? Yeah, it's an error. It's an invalid number. So how did they even text me with that number?
Those people texting in the show?
Not onto my private line. I think that's a cool question, though, about business.
Mm-hmm. You're right about some people buying themselves a job.
That's what they do.
For sure. I've seen it a lot. Is that LEM landscaping pretty good?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we need a bunch done.
Totally.
Irrigation and sod and
totally
everything.
You'll love them.
Okay, good. I'm going to reach out. Have they been with you a long time?
No.
Fairly new, right? To you
Year
guys.
and a half, maybe two.
Yeah, okay.
But flawless so far.
Nice.
Which is really rare in landscaping.
Mm-hmm. guys still do Mr. Green Jeans?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Good people.
Yeah.
A different type of service. This LAM is all that concrete and all kinds of services.
Okay.
He's just spread. He knows everything. Mr. Green Jeans, shrubs and trees and lawn stuff.
Okay.
They don't do it. They're not heavy into the construction.
Right.
But they maintain very well.
Okay.
Another one, Sherrick Construction, one of my first landscapers ever. Sherrick.
Okay.
Sherrick, he does Sherrick. He does landscaping, putting greens, all kinds of walkways, patios, integrate. This guy's fabulous.
Does Littleton area?
I think he does the whole metro area.
Okay.
Sherrick's been with me the longest of any landscaper. He was so far back.
Huh. I'll give him a call.
All right, 10 seconds, guys.
Hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hello, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. We've been talking about starting a business, some of the common pitfalls, and I think it's very important that we do that. But I will take your calls on any and all topics. You know how it works here. We either get inundated with calls, or we sometimes we have free lines, and that's what we have right now. You can get right through it. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. And we were talking about the main deal with starting a business and the problems. And that is, first and foremost, marketing. Well, no, I'm not putting them in, I don't mean first and foremost. I mean one of the things that came up. Marketing. Either no marketing, ineffective marketing, too much marketing, or not ready for the influx created by marketing. And this happens a lot. They don't know accounting for marketing. So they don't line item it. You have to have a marketing budget right off the top. That's one of your main deals. So you have to know what you're doing when it comes to marketing. No accounting for marketing cost. The other one is working stupid, creating a bad job for yourself, and thinking that, oh, I'm making money, when you're not. You could actually make more money working for someone else sometimes. The other one is they do not account for their time or their spouse's time. That, again, that comes into that. And the other one is cash flow, lack of working capital. And a part of that is not accounting accurately for the cost of sales. So I used to know this woman who went out and did computer repairs, and she'd buy her hard disks and all this stuff and put it on her credit card, then go out to a job, and she'd make money, and she'd say, wow, cool. But that money wasn't hers. She had a credit card bill she forgot about, and she had taxes she didn't escrow for. I knew electricians did the same thing. Again, and that goes down to being a good tradesman but a terrible business person. What you really need is a combination of the two. You cannot have one. Well, you can be just a businessman and hire the tradesman, but you can't be just a tradesman and hire a businessman. You could, but it's ass backwards. It's just really because then they'll have too many. See, when you do it that way, if you're a good tradesman and you hire a business manager to do all the business, they become more powerful than you are. And they can substitute you before you can substitute them. So remember that. And in business, there's another thing you have to understand. Every single person you hire is your potential competition. I know you think this may not be true, but it is. Not accurately, they shouldn't be, because they should know better, because so many people start working in the business of home services of some kind, either carpeting, windows, siding, window coverings, furnaces, air conditioners, plumbing, and then decide, I can do this on my own. So it's really a matter of knowing who you're hiring and hire people who want to work. You do not want people on your payroll, I know this sounds crazy, but I'm going to tell you the truth, that are overly ambitious unless you want to promote them and pay them for that. You can tell straight up front, will they be satisfied with what they're doing? And that's not a bad thing. You want someone who will be satisfied and who will work their ass off, and you reward them. And if you want a manager or someone to run a branch, then you want someone overly ambitious. There are different characteristics for different jobs, and people don't know how to hire. That's another thing. People don't know how to hire. Brendan, you ran several businesses. What's the secret in hiring?
Hire slow and fire fast. Meaning, take your time with an employee, but one bad apple can ruin the entire employee environment. So you have to get rid of those people quickly. But more importantly, hire slow, and then I like to promote within.
I like that. Hire slow, fire fast, and then promote from within.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're hiring someone, you can tell straight up front, do you know that there was a question one time, an honest-to-God question one time? This guy said he interviewed a woman, and she wanted to know, how many unexcused absences can I have before I'm fired? Now, because at the end of the interview, he loved her and was going to hire her. Then he said to her, any question, you ask, so do you have any questions for me? The best thing if you're interviewing for a job is to say nothing. And to say, not really. I've done my research. I'd love to work here. Her question, she had the job locked, this guy said, but she asked this question: how many times are you allowed unexcused absences without being fired? Now, he's thinking to himself, why would anyone ask this question? What would you do with a question like that? Would she be on the no-hire list?
Yes, because it's obviously in her persona to...
immediately.
She did it at her last job and went one too many.
Who knows, right?
That's why she's there for an interview.
Paul, you want to talk about property tax assessments, man? We plan on having a show on it soon, I hope. But Paul, let's talk about it. What's going on, man?
Well, I kept hearing on the radio on some of the talk shows that when you first file for the appeal.
Okay. By the way, Paul, did you file for the appeal?
No, not yet. But because I was told that it was just a checkoff box.
That's all it is.
I've been waiting, but actually, when I went to the form, you can file it on the paperwork with snail mail, or you can go online.
Right.
It's not just a checkoff box.
Well,
you've got to provide all kinds.
No, you don't. Not the first time. You can, but you don't have to. It's not required.
The form has that space for it. It has a whole section to detail out what you dispute.
Paul, all I'm saying is this: you do not have to provide that on the first round. You can if you want.
Okay.
You can if you want.
Yeah, that's not made clear on the form, and that's why I'm calling you. Okay.
Now,
because I'd rather just see what comes back from
that's
them.
That's exactly what most people do. And I have that book somewhere I'm going to put online. Now, I think I want to talk to Ed Tomlinson about this because it's a good topic. If he's available right now, Kelly, just for a quick question, I'd like to ask him about what you need to provide at which round. That would be a good question that Paul brought up. because Paul says when you go online and you get the, and you get the form, it's got places for all of that. So hold on, Paul. We'll try to get Ed on to answer that. And Crystal, what's going on with you, Crystal? Welcome. What's going on?
Well, I've got a question. I went in to have a dental procedure done.
Yes.
And they ran my insurance and said, okay, for this, root canal, this is our good faith estimate. This is what your insurance is going to pay. This is what you're responsible for. Okay. And then I have the procedure done, and then it's 3 times the cost of what they said on their good faith estimate.
Okay, hold on. That's not a good faith estimate then, but you got to hold on it. I'd love to address this. We've addressed it before. 303-713-TALK. People, if this has happened to you, you're going to want to hear it. 303-713-8255.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Big slowdowns into downtown. I-25 northbound at Alameda Avenue. We've got a crash blocking 2 left lanes with stop-and-go traffic back from the Washington Street overpass. Folks heading to the downtown area will have to add about 15 minutes extra.
We're getting calls on Richard and Ashley. We need more information on them.
On who?
We need an update. The tow truck driver.
Recent accident has been all cleared. We're still...
People are dying to know.
Which truck
31
driver?
pinpoint weather
The tow truck driver.
Oh, okay.
Mid-60s. Over
The dude that's called in every day this week?
Right.
We're looking at a high of 64. Saturday, scattered thunderstorms. The current temperature in Denver is 66 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
We'll have this.
All right, you got 10 seconds, buddy.
Superman battled the Ku Klux Klan. Be sure to listen to this week's edition of Our American Stories on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, if you want the best prices for garage floor coatings or walkways, pool decks, patios, God, does it dress up concrete. I absolutely love this stuff. It increases the value of your home. I know, for your shop or garage. Now listen to this. Guaranteed lowest price, guaranteed for life. This finish from Garage Kings with no money down. You won't do better than Garage Kings. 720-252-0370. 720-252-0370. If it has to do with real estate and you need a legal opinion, O'Brien Legal Services. I can't believe how many people get into real estate trouble and all they need is someone to review their docs, whether it be financing docs, closing docs, owner financing docs. Here's the seller financing docs, I should say. Whatever you need, you got to think O'Brien Legal Services. That's all they do is real estate. They can help you, commercial or residential. Anything to do with real estate, including border disputes, easements, eminent domain, adverse possession. Whatever it is, 720-370-7388, 720-370-7388, olslaw.com. Service from Smith Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, Electrical. 100 get you $1,000 credit. Now, why is he advertising on our air?
Tremendous savings, like $75 for a $500 coupon. Only on June 1st at iHeartRadioAccessDay.com. Look for Smith, June 1st.
Why am I hearing this?
iHeartRadioAccessDay.com.
I'm listening.
Get you $1,000 plus other deals. Smith, iHeartRadioAccessDay.com.
It's supposed to be iHeartRadio Access Deals.
You told me the opposite.
Yeah, get it right next time, Tom.
Mark?
God, Tom, how many times do we have to have this same conversation? Okay, it's fine, Tom.
Oh. Yeah, I sent it to you early.
I'm going to rename. Would you go? You just went in and redid that last line, right? Or did you copy from another line?
Copied from another line. From the previous.
I could have done that. If I didn't get it back from you, that's exactly what I was
Yeah, I did it from the first one, but then it made it a little longer because usually I say it faster at the end. So I just had to
I know.
retime it. A little tricks of the trade.
It's kind of weird when I play that it comes through. How the hell does it do that?
I don't know why it's coming through, Mark. Were you playing it on your speaker?
Actually, and it had a weird echo. I'm going to play it and make sure it doesn't have that echo.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, okay, that's just the feedback, right?
Yeah, because you're listening in two places.
I do wonder why it does that, though. I'm going to listen to it on my phone. Okay, here it is. Okay. I couldn't believe I actually caught that, how that was wrong on that one spot, because you did it right on every other spot.
I know.
It was weird. I mean, I really don't know why I tuned into it. And the two words sound very close as well.
I have 15 seconds here, guys.
Leguizamo Does America. Final episode, Sunday, May 21st at 10 p.m. Eastern on MSNBC and streaming on Peacock.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. Welcome. Now, what are the problems starting a business? We'll take that up after we go through some of these calls and try to help you if you've ever thought about it. Mark? What were you going to say?
Did you guys discuss if you can ask about workman's comp or not? I missed a minute.
Workers' comp with who? With, you mean with...
with a potential employee.
I don't
In other words, do you know if you can ask someone, have you been on workman's comp before?
No, I don't think you can about any kind of injuries in the past.
Businesses with over 15 employees sure can't. Businesses with under, it's an iffy walk. And I want to say one more thing about businesses over 15. You can ask after you make them an offer. So in other words, I have a technician come in, I'm going to hire the tech, I'm going to offer him $60,000 a year. I make him an offer. I can then ask him if he's ever had workman's comp claims, but I can't take back that offer.
So what if a guy says, I know a woman once who had like 10 or 15 claims everywhere she worked. Why wouldn't you be? I don't understand. Why wouldn't you be able to use that as a hiring criteria?
You know, I always found it interesting because I've only been on the one side of it, the employer side, and I don't think it's fair whatsoever. I had way more than 15 employees, and we couldn't ask, and I never understood why. Honestly, I never understood
I want to talk to Ed Tomlinson. He's a real estate broker for years and years, and he wrote a couple books on challenging taxes and buying tax certificates and all of that. And we're going to have him in on the show because truly we have so many questions about this. But Paul asked a question. He said when he went online for his very first round of protest, there was a lot of information they asked him for. Paul, let's go over this with Ed. What did they ask for, Paul? You went online to the county, found your property, and then you went to the form to protest, right?
Well, it's the same form online versus the paper that they send you. So this is just, online dispute.
Yeah.
Or snail mail.
Yeah.
But they're asking the basis for your dispute. That's all. They're saying what the basis is. Well, what's your rational reason for disputing it? And they give you basically open form, open space to just start typing it in. But they do ask.
Okay.
Which county? Just a check off.
What county is that?
Denver.
Now, Ed, what is required the very first time, and do you wait to get your tax bill, or do you do it on the assessment?
You do it on the assessment, and what you do the very first time is you simply send it in. You don't have to submit any comparables or anything else. You simply send it in. Most of the time, the assessors will turn you down whether you have any comparables or not, because they don't have time to look at them all.
So you're saying most of the time, the first time you're turned down?
Yes. And so many people get frustrated at that time and quit. It's the second round where they take you seriously.
What is the second round?
That's called CBOE, County Board of Equalization. It's a minor hearing in which a third party listens to what you have to say and what the county has to say, and then renders a decision.
And who renders a decision? Is it a committee, or what is
The
it?
hearing officer. The hearing officer refers it to the county commissioners, and the commissioners sign off on it.
So, but you give your argument in front of a hearing officer.
That's correct.
And what is it called technically, that round?
We call it the second round. Sometimes it's the County Board of Equalization.
Okay.
Sometimes it's commissioner hearing. It goes by a variety of names.
But it's in front of one person.
That's correct.
Are they a judge?
They're usually an attorney. They judge. They make a decision on your evaluation.
And if they if they say yes, it should be adjusted, then the county commissioners sign off on it.
That's correct.
Okay.
And then if they don't, you can take it to the third round, and that's the state, and that's called the BAA, the Board of Assessment Appeals.
That's the third one.
That's correct.
Now, the assessment or the Board of Assessment Appeals, right? What do they do?
At the third round?
Yeah.
Same thing. They listen to both sides and then render a judgment.
Okay, and if you lose there?
But the county doesn't like to go there, because then they have to have attorneys. There's a whole lot of overhead to go to the third round.
But you can represent yourself, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what happens then? What is the fourth round called?
Well, you don't want to go to the Court of Appeals or district court for a typical homeowner issue.
Now, which one would it be, district court or Court of Appeals?
Say again?
You say district court or Court of Appeals. You mean the Court of Appeals are part of the district court system, right?
Well, I'm not sure. I know that you have two alternatives. You can go to one or the other.
Really?
You go to district court first, then you can go to Court of Appeals.
Do you have to go one? Usually you would have to go to district court first to go to Court of Appeals, but are you saying you can go straight to Court of Appeals?
I think I read that you could, but I would not advise it. It depends on how strong your case is, and maybe your case is for the entire state issue. So if you've got a commercial property that you're being adversely affected on, and you think everybody in the state is the same, those are the ones that district and Court of Appeals wants to hear.
Can a district or Court of Appeals turn down your appeal?
No. Well, can they turn you down from going? No. But it's expensive. You're going to have to hire attorneys to go to district court or Court of Appeals.
You can't represent yourself?
Maybe, but it's not advised.
Okay. Now, but usually, what are the stats showing?
Ooh, that's a fair question.
I thought you said that as you go up the line, there's a better chance of success.
That is correct. I've just done 90 of, I do free protests for those people, homeowners in Arvada. And I just finished 90 of them this morning. And about a third, maybe 40% were accurate, and the other 60% I'm protesting.
Hey, I've got a question. I'm literally doing it on Douglas County while you're talking about it. And this is the very first part. It's got...
We'll have to take a break soon.
It wants me to say how much I think it's worth. Then it wants a reason for appeal. I swear you just said the first one, it doesn't ask any of that.
No, he said you don't have to provide it. He didn't say they don't ask.
Well, this you have to. If I don't check a box,
No,
it doesn't let me go.
No, you don't have to. Tom's right. You for the reason, just put down valuation, and then for the dollar amount, put down what you think it's worth. Not today.
Okay, but I'm just saying it definitely does ask.
And what is the date they're doing it for?
Douglas County's up till June 1st
of last year.
Oh no, I'm talking about
30,
when you can
June 30.
actually. Yeah.
Hold on a second.
How long can you protest?
No.
Until
One thing at a time, guys.
Okay.
The value on the assessment is as of what date?
June 30th, 22.
Okay, hold on. We got more. Crystal, I have not forgotten about you and a good faith estimate that was triple the amount. Hold on.
Now, impact traffic.
I totally blame Mark as well.
Yeah,
I
know. It's
big
his
slowdowns into downtown. I-25.
If he would have just shut his hole, it would have been fine.
Crash blocking 2 left lanes with stop-and-go traffic back from the Washington Street overpass. Folks heading to the downtown area will have to add about 15 minutes extra to their commute. Up on the far north end of town, I-25 southbound before Highway 7, 168th Avenue. Recent accident has been all cleared. We're still seeing slow traffic back from Longmont. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, strong storms today, highs in the mid-60s, overnight low of 50 degrees. Tomorrow, showers continue. We're looking at a high of 64. Saturday, scattered thunderstorms. The current temperature in Denver is 66 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
The U.S. government admits out loud that it prints money out of thin air, but then
10 seconds here, buddy.
likely. I'm Mark Moss, helping you navigate the decentralized revolution. Listen to The Mark Moss Show on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Fix It 24/7. Man, are they doing a great job with this furnace, deep clean, extreme clean, I call it. You know, most companies that say they're going to come out and check your furnace, they don't do anything. They look at it with a flashlight. Flashlights don't clean anything. Dirt's the #1 killer. Fix It 24/7 pledges to do a thorough cleaning, like a refurbishment, taking it apart to the extent they can, adjusting what they can, and then they give you a no breakdown guarantee, and it's just $39 for new customers. You don't beat it. 720-526-3939. That's all. No other obligation. New customers, 720-526-3939. Now let's talk about Harris Family Law. Harris Family Law does estate planning as well as family law. They do it separate or in conjunction with your family law case. The important thing is they have attorneys that are well-versed in all facets of estate planning and all facets of family law. They'll talk to you on the phone. You can decide whether you want to hire them for part of your divorce or all of your divorce. And you can always go online and find free information from their webinars at harrisfamilylaw.com/webinars or call them 303-515-5000. The best water heater deals anywhere, Euro Plumbing, Colorado.net. That's right. You want a hot water heater? You want it for $12.99 for a 40-gallon with the old one taken out? New supply lines for gas and water? You can get it just $12.99. You can hardly do it yourself for that. Plus, this is Ream or A.O. Smith. If you want a 50 gallons, $13.99. Ream or A.O. Smith, 6-year warranties and warranties on the installation. If you want a bigger one, he guarantees you the lowest price. It's that simple. The best deals. 303-668-6844. 668-6844.
Pips Path Tour. We're going to be coming to Denver.
Yeah, I just appealed.
Yeah?
It's actually pretty easy, Douglas County.
Now remember, though, Ed did say chances are you're going to get rejected that first round.
Yeah. Can you ask Crystal? Oh, never mind. We already... What are we coming back to Ed for? Do we have anything to finish up with him, or...
Yeah, Paul's gone, so it's up to you if you want to keep with Ed.
I think it's very interesting. In fact, I just literally did it like I said. I mean, everybody should.
Yeah, Ross spent over an hour on his show today talking about it.
They put the real okie doke on us, man, with this bullshit. All these freaking liberals voting for that bullshit. I want to pay more. What was Ross's main point?
Just the fact that he will seriously contemplating selling his house and moving further away and smaller so that he can live.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're somewhat lucky because our property taxes are super low out here, but it's still, I mean, they're asking for double.
Yeah, he was 90% more.
Mine was 46%.
Crazy. And then here's the other thing, because of the Trump tax law, you can only write off $10,000 in property taxes. So there's a lot of us where it went from under $10,000 now to over, so we can't even write that off on our taxes.
Gotcha.
And that's Trump, you bastard.
You can write up to that amount.
Yeah, up to 10. I bet yours are higher than 10 now.
Mm-hmm.
You're in Denver. You got high taxes, man.
I'm in Arapahoe County.
I bet your taxes are pretty high, though, aren't they?
Yeah,
compared to living.
But
when you lived in Franktown.
I'm technically in Arapahoe County.
So am I. Mine went up 47%.
Actually, no. Remember, you're technically in. What was the name of the city?
4 miles something.
Yeah, you're in some weird city that no one's heard of.
I don't even know what it means, but it comes up now on the address fill. It's 4 miles something. 4 miles square or some crazy name. And it's not a town. It's not a city. I think I looked it up. Didn't you look it up, Mark?
Yeah, it is. It's really where you live. It is the city.
Well, no, it's not. It's really not. I don't know. It's not a
15 seconds here, guys. Here we go.
Yeah, it's called 4 square mile.
Congress, Judge Janine Pirro joins, and the College Fix on the Joe Pags Show. Tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW, Denver's talk station.
Hi, Tom Marchino here, 303-713-TALK. Crystal, I'm going to ask to please be patient. I want to finish up with this property assessment real quick, Ed. Ed, I'm going to run out of time, but I got to ask you this. Some people say, even though my taxes went up 60% or my assessment, it's still truly under what it should be. Is there a danger if I protest it could come back even more? Ed?
That's pretty rare and politically unacceptable. I don't know of any one that happened for years, but I'm sure they're out there.
So basically, the worst that would happen is it stays the same.
Correct.
All right. Thank you very much, Ed Tomlinson. We'll have him on the show soon. And then Crystal's coming up with the dental problem.
This week on Leguizamo.
Yeah, Tom, your town is 4 square mile.
Yeah, and I don't even know what that... It's not a town. It's an unincorporated community that the census designated as a place. The population, 22,872 people. And
it's a suburban island or enclave surrounded on all sides by Aurora in Denver. You're on an island.
Yep. It's really strange.
And it's called. You got to wonder why it ever came up. I mean, it's bizarre.
Is that here or your other house?
Here.
And I never had this before. It always came up as Denver, but when I was ordering pizza, it
it all started with pizza.
Auto-filled.
That's wild. I never heard of it.
It's not technically, I guess, a town, but technically it's an unincorporated community.
And it's 4 square miles.
You think that has something to do with taxes?
No, not really, because your assessment's what it is. You know. Oh, you don't pay taxes to. There's no taxing district for 4 Mile.
Oh.
Nope. You pay. All I pay is Arapahoe County tax because I'm unincorporated.
Huh. I don't know how correct this is, but it says 4 square miles is city in Colorado. The population of 4 square miles is 100.
No, it's 2,200.
It's weird.
What year are you looking at?
I don't know. It's just some weird website.
4 square miles.
I see the layout of it, and I see exactly where your house would be.
If you look at Wikipedia, 4 square mile, Colorado.
You know, if you pull out Cherry Creek and that other park, I mean,
It
it's
says
really
an
nothing.
historic designation of Tom Martino's home.
Yes.
Historic registry.
It's like Lincoln's house there in Pennsylvania or Washington. The original White House.
So it's called a CDP, a census-designated place.
That you can't get pizza in anymore.
Pizza dead zone.
It was all... He didn't even know where he lived till he tried to order pizza.
Census-designated places are concentrations of population that are unincorporated. They're specifically areas that... Like Franktown is not incorporated.
Franktown is a historic town. I forget what they call it.
Hello?
There's only 2 of them. Franktown and then the one off Santa Fe,
funny,
that little
this
tiny town.
Yes.
The 3M dynamite town.
Solicitation.
I get those constantly.
Levere.
Oh. So, I'm a designation. What's the deadline for protesting?
Douglas looked like this month online. I'm trying to find a charge on my credit card. It's a pain in the ass.
All right, we got 15 seconds, guys.
Walk across.
They shouldn't be let into the country to begin with.
Where are they going to go?
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. All right, I am here to help you solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, and 888heating.com, air conditioning at the lowest price, coming up on the cooling season, and they have the popular brands, and they invite you to the challenge, the lowest price AC, 303-770-2776. Hey, by the way, let's talk about dental work. Crystal, this happens a lot in the field of dentistry and even other areas of medicine not covered under normal health insurance, like elective surgeries, cosmetic stuff. You got a good faith estimate. Now, did you ask for this good faith estimate, or was it offered?
It was offered.
Okay, and what had to be done?
I had a standard root canal.
Okay.
So they went through and said, this is what our price is, this is what your insurance will pay. And they used the term, this is our good faith estimate to you.
And
it should be pretty close to this price.
And the good faith estimate for out of pocket was, well, for the entire procedure was how much?
The problem is that they will not give me a copy of the form that I signed for the good faith estimate.
Wait, you don't have a copy of it? Wait, you don't have a copy of it?
No, I do not. They gave it to me. I signed it, and I said, can I have a copy? They said, we'll email it to you, and I've never received it.
All right, well, you should have at least taken a picture of it with your phone. But here's what I want to know, Crystal.
I did not have my, I know. Should have.
Here's what I know. Here's what I want to know. I mean, there's no way to prove you even had one. Honest to God. I mean, now, but I mean, I don't think they'd lie to you. Maybe they would. What I want to know is, do you remember the full cost? Not just out of pocket, but the full cost.
No, I was so focused on what my cost would be. I just kind of quickly ran through the numbers.
Okay, so what was, then tell me what your out of pocket was supposed to be.
So I think roughly it was $3,200 total for the root canal, and my out of pocket was going to be $946.
Okay. And what went up?
Everything. Multiple x-rays, multiple this, multiple that. It's taken them over 90 days to even submit the billing to my insurance company. And so instead of $946, they're telling me that now I owe $1,900. In addition to that, I've already paid them the $946.
Okay. This is the problem. Is I think that you're going to have a problem because you don't have that estimate to look at and what it actually says. And if things on that estimate were not included, like extra x-rays, extra follow-up or other things, then that wouldn't be part of it. So without seeing it, I don't know what was on there and what wasn't. How many x-rays did they say you needed on the original estimate, and how many did they say you ended up getting? And why did you get...
I believe...
Go ahead.
Well, it was a two-step root canal, so which I had never heard of that before, so that is like all new territory for me. I honestly, I think it's just a ploy to get more money. But
do you really believe that? I mean, do you really believe that these people conspired to get you to approve it and then knew they were going to take you for more money? I mean, it could be. Listen, I don't think dentists are beyond reproach. It could happen. What's the name of this dental practice?
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to go to the office this afternoon and demand to get a copy of my good faith estimate.
Why don't you call me back? Call me back when you get that.
Absolutely.
I need to know the wording of it.
Yeah,
get a copy of all of your medical records.
What do you mean? But what does she need?
I will do that.
Well, get a copy of how many X-rays were done, what X-rays, just all of your medical records.
For that procedure, you mean?
Right, at that dentist's office.
Okay, I will do that. It might take me a couple of days, but I will do that, and I'll follow up with you.
Did you know that a good percentage of root canals fail?
No.
Yeah, they do. And when
why do they fail?
Because they don't get all the bacteria. I don't know if it's bacteria or whatever it is, the decay out of there. And no matter how hard they try, I'm telling you, I think a large percentage of them. In fact, people, I don't want to put this in your head, but man, it's better to opt for an implant or for something other than a root canal because of all the failures. I don't know why they're failing, but I know I had one fail, and I know a lot of people have them fail, and it can make you extremely sick. If you Google root canal failures, you'll see horror stories, and there are alternatives. But failed root canal is a big deal.
That is very interesting because I'm still having residual pain.
Yep.
And what they're telling me is that it was so infected, it just takes time for that to calm down, give it, 3 to 6 months.
Well, man, I'm going to tell you, according to the National Institute of Health, it's one of the biggest problems in dentistry. Now, listen to this.
Oh, okay.
Now, they say success rates are 86 to 98%. However, there's not a consensus on that from anyone. And it says there's a persistence many times of bacteria. There's an extra canal or root canal. The root they didn't get. They miss it altogether.
Mm-hmm.
Mine had a complete other root they didn't even find. Inadequate filling of the canal, or they're poorly cleaned. They have improper seal around it. And I don't want to get you scared, but there are people, their pain never subsides, and it gets worse and worse and worse and worse, and it's always good to get a second opinion on that. I'm just going to tell you, I'm not saying most of them fail. I'm not seeing any evidence that a majority of them fail, but enough of them fail where a lot of people don't even bother anymore. Unless it's a straightforward canal, they can see all the canals and get it done. Then each doctor kind of keeps track of his own deal. I had a doctor who specialized in failed root canals. That's what he specialized in. Sometimes he could fix them. And other times, instead of fixing them, they would just do an implant. So,
I've had a bunch of root canals, and they all were about between $1,300 and $1,500. So $3,200 is ridiculous.
But how long ago? 80 years ago, John?
No. Within the past 5 years.
Okay. I was just kidding, Crystal. Crystal. Hey, Crystal, would you call us back when you get it?
I absolutely will. Let
All
me
right.
get the information. I'm pretty persuasive, so I'm going to go down to the
Well,
office.
just ask for it. Say it's your, you want a copy of the good faith estimate, and you also want your medical records for this procedure.
Yeah, it's absolutely my right to get that, and I've been doing it on the phone, which I think sometimes you just need to go into the office and smile at somebody to get what you want.
Yeah, and by the way, you can call us back tomorrow specifically if you want, but you can call us anytime you want. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Coming up, you're not going to believe this, we finally got Richard and Ashley, the people who had the tow truck company in Weld County that was arrested. He was arrested for car theft and some other charges. They went to court today, and they're finally here to give us an update because their competitive tow company gave us their side of the story. And Mark, you can be here to mediate all that because you talked to the tow company. So we got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. First, I want to tell you about One Clear Choice Garage Doors for the best garage door service anywhere. One Clear Choice Doors does emergency service. If you can't get your door closed, you can't go to bed because you need that door closed to secure your house most of the time, right? Or your car or whatever. OneClearChoiceDoors.com has regular service as well, inspections, new things like cables or panels or whatever, springs, all of it. Their prices on the website, OneClearChoiceDoors.com. Everything is listed there with their prices. 720-370-3987.
You probably already know that Rosetta Stone is one of the best ways to learn a language. But did you also know that they offer a lifetime subscription to all 25 of their languages? Dabble in French, try your hand at German, learn a bit of Japanese, or even explore Swedish.
Hello?
Try again.
Is he there?
Me?
Oh, I have to do these first. I'm sorry. He wants me to do the spots first, right? I didn't do them. I'll talk to you after my spots.
Go for it.
I have
David Ellis.
I have David Ellis and Become the Banker, right?
Yep.
All right.
Go for it now. You're on.
Hey, let's talk about the seminar coming up May 25th, where we're going to talk about aging and finances, insurance, long-term care, mortgages, reverse mortgages, annuities, overfunding life insurance. Nothing to buy, I promise. Now, while these people represent products and services, there is no obligation. You can ask any question. In fact, you can challenge the current wisdom on anything. You can ask me questions. I'll be there. And honest to God, the main reason is to inform you so at least you're keyed up to ask in the future what you need and what it's all about. All right? It's May 25th. I'll be there. Mark will be there. Joe Chiano and a bunch of financial experts, including a CPA, to talk about tax advantages. 303-800-2919 to sign up. 303-800-2919. All right. David Ellis Jewelry, he's been here like 40 years. And he's a name we can trust. I trust him. I know him. If you're selling gold, silver, platinum, titanium, whatever it is in your jewelry, he'll buy the junk, weigh it, and pay it. He just wants that metal. But if you're selling good jewelry, he'll pay a fair price for that too, like used, vintage, antique jewelry. Give him a shot, 3rd and Clayton. Don't ever, please, meet people in parking lots or on side streets from Craigslist or social media. Go to a place that's trusted. DavidEllisJewelry.com, 303-322-8779. Okay, Mark?
Yeah.
Same as yesterday. And Dragon, he's going to do the 30 break.
Gotcha.
Okay. And I'll be out.
Put them up so I have them, Dragon, please.
All right.
Mark, are you going to call Denver Foundation Solutions?
Probably.
Okay, good. They're really good. I looked them up.
No. I have not. I had.
Well, he's not in jail.
Mine.
Mine caused me terrible. Oh, really?
No.
Oh, really?
Not the way Fuller was talking. All of them are not dropped for sure.
It was terrible.
Yep, it's raining.
Years ago, and they were horizontal, so they had to go in and break up. It was brutal.
But you were awake for it.
No, they put me out completely. I had my uppers done in high school. I don't know why they didn't do both. I wish they would have. Maybe they weren't there or ready at the time. But doing adult wisdom teeth is brutal. Especially the lowers. They said the lowers are worse because it's just your jaw hanging.
Did it get dark there big time?
Yeah, it's pretty dark right now.
God, it's crazy looking out here.
It's kind of quick, too.
Yeah, it is. I just realized there's like zero sunlight. Hey, Nico.
Yeah, we did the home show. We did 10% off. I would do, like, I'll let you guys know when you can do something. Sure, you could do 10% off.
Let's do it today.
For sure.
Call today for an appointment.
Yeah, say your name.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm going to be rewiring this weekend because nobody will notice anything, but the headsets will be coming out of here instead of here, and they're better headsets, but I also am doing it for a reason, and that is everything, it's kind of jacked up right now. This is needed to keep the feedback. When you talk to the station, plus you hear what's on the air, you would hear two voices, yours going out and yours coming in. Make sure you keep that on. So it's called a mix minus, meaning they send back the radio on air without you hearing yourself twice. Anyway, it's a technology called mix minus. Are you kicking the guest out, Tom? You can hear both sides. So anyway, this thing is going to be wired through here. Right now, he listens not. And then it all goes to there and out. I'm going to have this be the main control, which would help. Then I can use, then the bottom line is this. I can take phone calls right here directly. So I'm going to try a Google number and have people call, and I will be able to actually pick up calls here.
Oh, that's cool.
So one of the reasons I'm doing that is in the future is I can be totally remote, where the calls come in, and somebody on a laptop can put them in there, then I can pull them up here literally. Then they go. Hey, Tom. Yeah. I don't see any folder on K&H. Am I crazy or what? No, I got a K&H. Hold on. Let me look here. You're talking about, maybe for some reason, it should have gotten shared. Well, yeah, it's right there. K&H Home Solutions. Do you see Ideal Home Loans? It's between Ideal and Kimmer. That's not how I do it. I type in Ideal, and then I see whatever. Oh. Let me look here. You don't just have the whole folder up? No. Never have. But there is a K&H. Let me make sure it's shared. All right, hold on. Let me...
And you got 15 seconds, guys.
It's shared with you, Mark. Let me just refresh.
Fiduciary Advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Okay, we're going to do 10% off on window coverings from Brendan if you call today to make an appointment. The appointment does not have to be today, but you call today, mention the Martino Show or Tom Martino, or mention Major Mark Major or Major Mouth Radio, whatever, anything to do with Major or Martino or Troubleshooter or KHOW, and you get 10% off. Okay? And if you can guess what I'm thinking of right now, you get 20% off. Ha ha. Anyway, no, really, 10% off. 720-458-6566. Made in the shade. Okay, now, for our story, ladies and gentlemen. We had the tow truck company. Now, I believe they had good intentions when they started this company. I do not think they're bad people. I want to say that on the record. I think that they're frustrated, but they did a lot of things wrong. And they started a tow truck company, and the bottom line here is that they, I believe, did everything wrong, so they were charged with car theft for towing some cars.
Then everything went downhill from there. And I don't know what else to say, but it was a drama. Those 3 cars were towed away as stolen. Then the landlord said...
The charges were all supposed to be dropped today.
And then, Mark, what else happened? The landlord said, clear off those other cars. So they took 6...
Yeah, so their landlord or their friend who was letting them use the acreage, and all this is according to... This is all third party, but they called up Busy Bee Towing and said, hey, get these other cars. And that was after the sheriff's department showed up there and took 3 of them.
Yes, so they went to court yesterday, and we're going to hear what finally happened in court. So I am so keen on hearing what happened, and I hope we hear that right now. So let's go and hear that. I'm going to bring up who's going to be on the phone. I think it's Richard and Ashley, or Richard or Ashley, whichever one wants to be on. We want to hear what's going on. So tell us about it. Are you there?
Yeah, well, so I need to post, so I got it for my lawyer, but it's on June 1st or June, just another date. It was set for another date. They didn't really talk nothing about it, but so this is Tom, I know you're gonna sit there and you're gonna.
I'm listening, bro. I'm listening. Tell me what happened in court. Period. What happened?
Turn that down a touch.
Just set for another date.
Did you ask
They
for a?
don't have nothing, Tom. We didn't steal cars.
Did you ask for a continuance? Did you ask?
No, they had to do it because I guess they. I guess it was a bond. I don't know what it was. I think it was bond hearing or something. But since I'm not on bond, they don't need to do that. So they were just like taking me to see if I was going to be able to get on bond and stuff. That's all it was.
All right. So right
But
now,
I'm already out here.
here's what I think, bro.
But Tom, let me say something. You listen to the other social company, right? You listen to what they have to say. Now let me tell you where this takes off. We've never stolen vehicles. We just started, and it's been just for 4 months.
Why did the sheriffs take those 3 from your impound lot?
Because when we did that, they were parked. Okay, they were parked. They dropped the ball. Pretty much when we spoke to the officers, they dropped the ball. Every police officer that we spoke to about them is we have a lot of stolen vehicles. Now, we're not the only ones that's been having stolen vehicles, and that's not why they took me to jail. They took me to jail because of here's the thing. They were working with the Wells County Sheriff, is what they said. And then, I guess they're still out, right? But I have proof where I walked in there yesterday when I was invited, and then, or the other day I was invited.
My God, is he still talking? Okay. All right.
Yeah, well, because you listen to the other company, listen to what I have to say.
Yeah, but you said the same thing. You've said the same thing. Look, you've been on this show more than Mark has. You've said, listen, you've said more. Honest to God, I've heard more from you. What's the bottom line? Can you just present your case? The bottom line, you didn't steal. I don't think you intended to steal cars. I absolutely believe you. Mark, do you believe him that he did not intend to steal cars? I absolutely believe it.
I don't know what to believe, but I do know this. I'd like to hear what he's got to say, but he definitely has 3 charges of car theft.
Yeah, but I don't think they can show intent for him to steal when he took him to his yard and called the police and said,
his yard was a field. My understanding is his yard was a friend's field,
Mark,
Tom.
I'm talking about intent now. They can't deny he made phone calls. It's recorded. He made phone calls to dispatch. Right?
We have proof of phone calls. We have records that we pulled the day that we actually took those.
You know how I feel, guys.
I don't even know what that means. If I went and bought a tow truck right now and I made a call to wherever I'm supposed to call, I can go tow any vehicle?
No.
No.
Well, what the hell does that mean?
Now, Mark, didn't the other company say... Hold on.
We made
Mark,
a call. Okay, you made a call.
Mark.
But Busy took our cars on fucking a call.
Okay, get him up.
Drag and kill
it.
Got it. We're good.
All right. Take him off. You did the bad word thing again.
So he's got, I'm not going to say he's got this big, lengthy...
He did the bad word.
But we pulled it.
He's off. Now, here's what I want to say. I think and honest to God, did not, I don't think they intended to steal anything. I think they did everything wrong. They didn't wait for their PUC. They did not have a proper tow yard and a proper operation, and it looks sketchy. Mark, really, seriously, all kidding aside, don't you think that's what happened?
I don't even know if this guy's got a license. He's got no insurance. He's driving under. I just have no idea, man. I'm not as sunshine about this as you.
I'm not saying sunshine. I said they did everything wrong, but I
don't know what the guy's intent was, but I know he's up on charges.
I don't think he and his wife said to each other,
I would have loved to hear what he had to say, to be honest.
Let's go out and steal cars. I don't think that's what happened, but hold on. Hold on. You can take them back when we get our relay back.
Drag and tell him.
We're good.
Anymore. I'll give him the time he wants and possibly deserves, but that's it, man. And you've got to be comfortable with it, Dragon. This guy drops the F-bomb like, whatever.
Now, 303-713-TALK. I want to remind people, Brendan at Made in the Shade is going to do 10% off if you mention Martino or the show or any part of it. 720. You just got to call today to preserve that. The appointment doesn't have to be today. 720-458-6566. One other thing, Dan McKenzie. He can do wills and trusts. He can keep you out of probate, or if you're facing probate, you can call him immediately. And we've had him on a referral list now for a while, and people love him. So it's Dan McKenzie, and that's the McKenzie Law Firm. You can find him at referralist.com. Here's the deal. Whenever we recommend people, it's because we really, honest to goodness, believe in them. So go to the referral list, look for Dan McKenzie. We have more coming up with this tow truck drama. Stay tuned. All right, I'm out.
This is Denver's
All right, see ya.
Tom Martino.
Yeah,
Mark, you want me to keep the sound up, right?
Yep, yes. Keep me
Okay.
connected. Yep. All right, see ya.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's Strawberry Frosty.
Folks around the downtown area can expect some major slowdowns on I-25 northbound. We've got a crash blocking 2 left lanes at Alameda with stop and go back from the Downing Street overpass. About 20 minutes of delayed driving into downtown. Just west of there, 6th Avenue eastbound, regular congestion on the off-ramp to I-25 southbound with slow traffic starting at Federal. Over on the northeast end, I-70 westbound road construction continues at York with stopped-up traffic back from Monaco. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, highs into the upper 60s this afternoon. Chance for strong storms as the day goes on. Overnight low of 50 degrees. The current temperature in Denver is 66 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Hey you! Run to Wendy's and grab a Strawberry Frosty. Don't worry about canceled plans. It's worth it, but act fast. Like your date, it's gone at the end of the summer. Head to Wendy's for a Strawberry Frosty and that sweet strawberry goodness. Limited time only at participating Wendy's.
K&H Home Solutions. You know what? If you got hit by hail, I want you to give these guys a call. They'll come out to a free inspection. And if you have damage to your siding, doors, or windows, guess what? That's what they specialize in. These guys can do everything from the top down on your house. And right now, they have 30% off the most beautiful Provia windows and 30% off the entry doors. You got to check these guys out. Go to khwindows.com. Did you know they've been around since 1956? These guys are there. When they talk about long, good warranties, you want a company that's been around, that's K&H. Call them right now, 303-421-7100. Let's talk about Rock and American Restoration. He's been running around town left and right cleaning up water after all these rainstorms. If you have been affected by any kind of flooding in your basement, he can come out, work directly with your insurance company, and get you set back. He can do it all. He's got turnkey solutions where he can remove the water, he can sanitize, he can do the rebuilding, including drywall, plumbing, electric. He can even do the roofing. Give Rock a call over at American Restoration if you've been affected by water. 833-7-AM-REST. Write it down. Put it in your phone. Put it somewhere. When you get a sudden flood or a fire, you're going to have to call somebody. You might as well get it in your phone now. Rock American Restoration. 833-7-AM-REST. 833-7-AM-REST. He is a 60, right? Yes. Hey, I nailed that B on the button, didn't I, bro? I'm all alone.
Mark, don't forget to fly yourself in, because Tom's camera's off.
I don't have time for that. It'll be just a single thing. Oh my God, it's so dark in my room. It's crazy. You see that YouTube? My shirt matches it.
Yeah, it looks like you're watching a scary movie.
God, it looks like it's 9 o'clock outside. It's so nuts.
It's crazy. Is it storming over there too?
I don't see any storm. Suzanne just got back. I'll ask her if it was in Parker or Castle Rock, but I'm telling you, it's been raining 7 days straight out here.
Yes.
I had enough sunshine to mow the lawn yesterday. It was great.
My grass and field is so wet I couldn't mow it. It would be the biggest mess ever. You know what I would like to do? We're going to talk to these two, but I would like to get Rock on from American Restoration.
Okay.
I can't believe all the water damage emails I've been getting. It's crazy.
Sure. Yeah, my sister got hit hard. Their sump pump just didn't work.
Plus, I want to ask them. They go into these unattended deaths like suicides.
Oh, yeah.
If someone blasts their brains all over the wall, like literally, do they replace the drywall? Do they paint over it? What do they do?
Oh, hopefully at least put some bleach down. You know.
A little kills. My weird German Shepherd just camps out on the stairs. Can you see him on the video?
Yep.
Yep.
He's cute, though.
It's just he's so big. It is like...
It takes up two whole
his
steps.
ass is on one step.
Yeah.
And then his paws are on another. It looks uncomfortable as hell.
I've seen Danes do that a lot, where they have their ass on the couch and then their front paws are just standing as normal.
Yeah. Hey, Kelly, who's in studio tomorrow?
Auto Service and Kevin.
Honest and Kevin. Cool. That'll be fun. I like those two. It's too bad we couldn't get Vic in there, too.
All right, 15 seconds, buddy.
All right, 303-713-8255. Don't forget our guys at Made in the Shade, 10% off. You got to call in today to get that, but that's the real deal. In fact, I'll tell you this, Deputy Doc used them, and Dragon, you use those guys as well, right? You know, something you told me about those guys is they put up temporary stuff while they were ordering all your custom stuff. That's kind of cool. I didn't know they did that. Yeah, I bet. So if you're looking for them, today's the day to do it. 10% additional off, and I'll tell you, these guys beat all the prices out there. I've actually seen some of their bids beat the places where you have to measure your own and install your own, and they just get shipped in the mail. But you can check them out at referralist.com. Oh, man. It can change the entire look of your house. You can make it look country or modern or whatever you want with the right window coverings. It's amazing. Then having the right people is even better. MitzDenverSouth.com. That's your website, MitzDenverSouth.com, or call them, mention the 10%, 720-458-6566. Now pull up Richard and Ashley. Hey, Richard, I'm going to give you a chance to talk, but, man, there's some ground rules here, dude. We got to have a two-way conversation. I'm not going to be playing music or any of that crap. I'll give you an opportunity, but I'm telling you straight up, brother, if you drop even close to a cuss word, you're gone for good. Got it?
No, I won't. But, Tom, give me the chance to explain. This
Go ahead. Say what you want to say. Go.
Okay. So this has to do, Tom, so plain the bottom line is, this has to do with how another company can go and make another tow truck company look bad with no proof of anything.
All right. Richard, you said that. Now, I want to ask you a question about that, all right?
That's what I want to say, okay? Now,
listen.
We've been trying to get our cars back, right?
Richard!
We got them on.
Richard!
Okay, I'll wait.
Two-way conversation. You made a point. I'm going to bring up the other point and ask you a question about it. Please stay on task. I was told personally by the owner of Busy Bee, what started this was you were in a place you were not supposed to be hooking cars and charging people a drop fee. And someone, a lady, got you on video doing exactly this. They can send me the video. Did this happen or not?
Tom, yeah, it actually did. And we had cops on location. I know exactly the day that it happened because she was out there yelling out Busy Bee wannabes. We're not Busy Bee wannabes. We don't work for Busy Bee. And we were never on private property. Anything on the street is fair game. And we were told that by PD. Everybody.
Were you charging a drop fee and found out you weren't supposed to?
So, no. So this is the way you do it. It's called. So yeah. Well, we picked it up because she was parked in front of a bus stop. Okay. She came out and I gave her the chance to come out and talk to me. Now she called the cops on us. Cops came out. She said we were a fake tow truck company. They validated that we were not because me and the cops sat there and talked. They left. They didn't even pay me because I dropped their car for them.
Okay.
They didn't pay me anything.
Okay.
So, no.
Now, you're okay. That's fine. I got it. I understand that. So you're saying you didn't do anything wrong there. That's fine. So your lot that you had, was it a friend's just basically property? And it doesn't matter. I'm just making sure what I'm understanding is right. A friend of yours let you use some acreage somewhere as a lot, correct?
So, Tom, the way we did it is we've been looking for a lot for a while now. And it's expensive.
Well, your lot appears to be a P.O. box. That's why I'm asking you. You're going into these explanations, and I don't know why. I'm just asking you a question. Richard, the question is, were you using a friend's acreage to store cars while you were looking for a lot?
No, we rented it from him. We were paying for him. Yes, we were.
That's fine, but was it someone you knew? It was a friend.
Yes.
Okay, then somehow the sheriffs came out there and raided the joint and took 3 cars. Is that correct?
No, it wasn't like that at all.
Then what happened?
We called for help. We called because we were stuck in the mud. Now, they're slowly going off of, I was in the car at the time of arrest. We ran out of gas. We were in the middle of nowhere out in Gelton. We sat there because we called in the afternoon, and it took them all night to get there. So it was snowing that day. We had a 2-year-old with us. And so I did the right thing, and we sat in the car, and they gave me the keys.
Richard, my God, man, you go off on these. The only question, just answer the question, then I promise at the end I'll let you spout out whatever you want except for cuss words. Here's the question. Did the sheriff's department show up and take 3 cars from there and impound them because they were stolen? That's all I'm asking.
I'm taking over, yes.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that straightforward answer. Then it probably made your friend or the people you were renting that property from nervous, so then they called Busy Bee, and Busy Bee removed, after the owner signed the proper paperwork, your tow truck and some of your other vehicles. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Then the problem with you picking up the vehicles is only one of them, the Equinox, is actually in your name. And you can't get the other ones because you don't have keys to them. And I'll ask you that, why you don't have keys in a second. But you don't have keys, and they're not yet registered in your name. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to let you guys talk and try to make sense of why you're even calling at this point. And I'm being serious about that. You have charges up for stolen cars. Busy Bee didn't take those cars. Those are the cars that the sheriff's department did. So whose cars are they anyhow?
Our vehicles. Busy Bee stole our vehicles. That was the whole main reason of belongings. We were in the process of moving. They will not let us get our personal belongings. All of our bill of sales and titles are in those vehicles.
What are the personal items?
ours.
Like, give me an idea of an actual personal item.
A title of a vehicle that they took. My kids' birth certificates.
Well, you guys being in the tow business should know there's only few things someone that is storing your car have to give back. Medication is one, a car seat, and other stuff like that. I don't think it covers any of the stuff you're talking about.
It does for birth certificates, ID identification. It does too.
Okay, and I'll be happy to call these guys and see if they would return that stuff if that's what the law says. But don't you understand the fact you don't even owe the tow truck that they towed? Who does own that tow truck, by the way?
Yes, we do. We're waiting. Oh, yes, we do. I don't know where you guys are getting your information.
It's not registered to you.
It doesn't matter. We're waiting for it to be verified by the state patrol. That appointment was months out. Months.
Why did it need the verification? Why did it need the VIN verification? Was there no title?
When we bought it, Richard, because when we had bought the vehicle, it did not come with a title.
Okay, well, that's strange. But anyhow, here's what I'm going to offer, Ashley, because you've been very straight, and I appreciate it. If you would like me to call the owner over there to Busy Bee and ask him how, and ask him whatever you would like me to ask him and try to work something out on your personal items, I'd be happy to do that. Other than that, they can't break the law. In other words, if it's not under their name and you guys are still waiting for that VIN verification or a registration or a title or whatever to prove that it's yours and they're not allowed to give it back to you, you can't blame them for that.
No, you cannot, but they need to give us that chance. So they are crooked in every way.
Okay, first of all, I talked to him. I don't think they're crooked. I honest to God don't. If you would like me to ask him something, go ahead and put him on hold, and that's all I need to know. There's nothing else I need to know, Dragon or Kelly. It's a yes or no, and what, by God, would you like me to ask him? I mean, it's crazy. And then I didn't even get into the whole gun part. The whole gun part's a different thing. And I want to ask Richard one more question. Hey, Richard, was that your gun?
Tom, are you going to listen to what we have to say, or are you going to cut us off? Because
okay, you know what? Put him on hold. When we come back, I swear to God, believe it or not, I'll shut up for a solid minute and let you talk. We'll be right back. Okay, I need to tell you about a few people. One is a public adjuster. His name is Matt. He owns Paragon Services. Matt saved my ass. I'm going to say it again. I thought I had hail damage. In fact, I knew I did. All my neighbors were getting new roofs, and guess what? My insurance company said, too bad, so sad, no damage, no check for you. I got Matt involved. I got a check for $70,000. If you think that insurance company is out to help you when you have a claim, you're crazy. And on top of that, you have any water damage that has happened because of this rain won't stop, I want you to call Matt and get him involved. Paragon Services, 719-726-0020. He fights. He's your adjuster. He's a public adjuster. 719-726-0020. Now I want to tell you about John Fuller. Suzanne and I have personally used John Fuller multiple times now. One when we got T-boned by a lady yelling at her kids in the back seat. Car was totaled, every airbag went off, and there was multiple vehicles involved. The lady that ran the lights, she hit us. Then she hit somebody else. Of course, that other person had their own attorney, and we had John Fuller. And the two attorneys had to work together because the insured only had so much for limits. We ended up getting maximum limits. John could not have done better. In fact, he got his max. That was simple as that. Then the second time when our daughter was rear-ended on I-25. Her car was totaled as well. But the bottom line is, if you want a personal injury attorney that's going to talk to you and take care of you, you use John Fuller. His phone number is 303-597-4500, 303-497-4500. That's John Fuller, Fuller Law. And let's see, who else do I got? Become the Banker! Tom and I are going to be out there on the 25th. We invite you to come. You got any questions about Medicare, Social Security, long-term health, finances, how to transition from that retirement, from working into retirement, all those questions are going to be there. It's really going to help you out. We look forward to meeting you. There's only a few spots left. 303-800-2919. Please sign up now. You have any questions about anything I talked about, we're going to have CPAs there. Everybody, 303-800-2919.
Ooh, we'll have about 3 minutes on the other side. You could let Richard talk for ages.
Yeah, he's a hoot, man.
He's Michael Pena from Ant-Man and the Wasp. I think you need to stick with straight yes or no questions.
I'm just going to let him spout. I mean, just be on the button.
Okay.
If he starts going too long, start playing the do 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 do. But I do want to give him a chance, man, and then we're done with him for the rest of my life.
Did you see that I got Rock on the phone for you?
Keep it right there. I don't want it. That's actually not bad. We'll put him on the timer. Yes, I did, Kelly. Thank you.
Okay.
It's great because that clip is 30 seconds, so I'll just hit it, and then once it's done, he's got to shut up.
I'm not showing it's frozen, by the way, but... Oh, hell yeah, it's frozen.
Yeah.
Damn.
At least it's
That's a horrible
face.
place to freeze,
yeah,
too.
no, it's fantastic.
Ay, ay, ay. I might be able to do one thing. I don't know if it'll work or not.
Well, it looks like the audio is still working, so that's a plus.
I just might be able to unfreeze it. Hold on.
People rambled to 3 minutes. Just let him go and call it a day.
We'll just fade out with the music.
There you go, yeah.
All right, I'm not sure if this is going to work or not, but maybe it'll unfreeze, maybe it won't. And I don't know how. Yep, I think it worked. It might take a minute to catch up.
There you go.
You know what we should have done? If he was on yesterday, I wouldn't have had to finish the show. I could have went to the game. You could have just let him
True.
talk.
True. 10 seconds, buddy.
All right, for the first time ever on the Troubleshooter Show, I'm going to shut up for a minute, and I'm going to let these guys talk. This is our tow truck people that have been accused of stealing vehicles. They have a feud with another towing company, and as promised, Richard or Ashley, you're on the clock. Go ahead.
So let me start off by saying that this has nothing to do with Richard's case. We have that taken care of. We don't need any help on that. This has to do with my company. This company is under my name, okay? I am the one who does all the paperwork. I do everything. I try to actually go by the book, okay? Now, this company is essentially why we called. How can another tow company go and accuse another tow company of theft but essentially do the same thing? They stole our vehicles right from under us. My Equinox, I sat outside of the hotel that we were staying in for 4 hours with a toddler. 4 hours, that's a long time with a toddler. In the meantime, they sat and they waited, and they drove around to make sure I was still there. I had to leave. I had to feed my daughter. I had to change her. When I came back, or before I even came back, I got a call from the tow truck driver, my tow truck driver, saying there was a black Toyota 4Runner blocking my vehicle. Okay? Tow truck driver goes inside, comes back out, and my vehicle and the 4Runner are gone. The woman who is running Busy Bee, she drives a 4Runner. Now, there's so many complaints. We've even been told by the Greeley PD how many complaints there are about this company. They have done this not to us once, but twice. Before we were even a tow truck company, they did the same thing to Richard's car that he had for 12 years. Okay? They lie on paperwork. They say that things have been there longer than they actually are.
All right, how long has that been? I mean, that must have been the hardest damn thing I've ever done. How long was that? Does anybody know, Dragon? Tell me that's not the best I've ever done. You can put them on hold. You know, I talked to Busy Bee. Here's what I do know, or at least I have a pretty good idea of. One, the sheriff's department showed up and took 3 of the cars. It had nothing to do with Busy Bee. And then the second part, Ashley, is that the owner of your lot, the people that own the property, your friends that were renting out to you, called up Busy Bee to have the other vehicles towed out of there because they were nervous the cops were there grabbing stolen vehicles. I don't know what else to say. I'll tell you this. You have a court date coming up, and the court date is going to prove if you're innocent or not. I don't think you guys actually stole cars at this point, but I don't know what to say.
Behind the camera. I'm talking about the writers, producers, directors, and the executives, the people making the decisions about what and who we see.
Leguizamo Does America. Final episode, Sunday, May 21st at 10 p.m. Eastern on MSNBC and streaming on Peacock.
Furnace and AC depend on each other, so why bother getting one checked without the other? With Plumbline Services, you don't have to make that choice. You get both checked for just $79. Now that's a plumb crazy deal. A complete system checkout. Catch little problems before they turn into expensive repairs. From a company we've trusted along the Front Range since 1998. Schedule online. No phone call, no hassle, no wait. PlumlineServices.com. Service at home. Servants at heart. PlumlineServices.com.
We've become so much more than a fixed frequency from a radio tower.
Take your radio with you.
630 KHOW is now available on multiple platforms and thousands of devices. Listen to Denver's talk station from anywhere.